Okay, how's it going, everyone? Good to see all of you. Hope you're having a wonderful day thus far. Let me take a sip of my already cold coffee while I try to continue to wake up. Um, yeah, I woke up late, feel like shit, and then I had to troubleshoot some tech stuff. But we're all good. We're all good. And I set up a thing. The thing. It's very simple, but we got an input overlay. Doesn't have like every key, but it has a lot of important ones where you can see exactly what I'm pressing. Um, so that'll be useful for the keybind sabotage stuff. Now I don't know where on my screen I'm gonna put this thing. Open to suggestions on that. It can go wherever. But yeah, let me know. How we doing? Mr. Madness, Micro, Amessimo, Priz. Yeah, Priz redeemed a keybind alteration already. So I guess we'll be starting the stream with that. Let's Zane remove left click, got him. You missed yesterday, Micro. Um, I feel like I've done more than my part so far, and I'll continue to do so, of proving that Zane is completely just failure proof to an utterly boring degree, because with the most nonsensical messed up keybinds I've ever seen in any game, with my aiming inverted while having my keyboard turned 90 degrees and not being allowed to shoot guns or equip guns at all, I was still having no problems clearing the game as Zane. So like, no clothes Zane 1, soon TM. I do in the peta. Why not D4? Let me answer your question with a question. Why would it be D4? I'm curious what makes you think it would be. Let me know. Anyway, let's find a place for this. Actually, let me start up EchoCast. Go into the game and see where it looks best. I was thinking up here, like kind of over the minimap.
Space!
We already got one in the queue, Irish, so hold off on that. Hold off on that. New and attracts an audience. You don't know how Twitch viewership works. Let me explain something to you before I explain why I personally would not stream Diablo 4 anyway. Because there's a couple reasons for that. But, okay. Categories. Diablo 4. 291,000 viewers. No one going into a category with 291,000 viewers is going to pull any significant amount of new audience. That is not how Twitch works. Evil Lilith, how you doing? Additionally, I personally do not stream any Activision Blizzard stuff because I don't like how they do business. I don't like the quality of them as human beings. So even though occasionally I break my own rules of not consuming their content myself, because lifelong Diablo fan, so I did get Diablo for me, I don't like giving them access to my platform. Not a huge platform, but I don't want them having access to it, so I don't stream their games. Also, I don't think Diablo 4 is that good a game, so even if I didn't have that issue, I probably wouldn't stream it, because I think it's very mid. I'm already kind of bored with it. But anyway, alright, where's a good spot for this? It's over here too intrusive. You think this is okay? It's hard to... It's kind of hard to see the white on the action skill thing. Maybe like that. Pull the cam, no need to see the power buttons. You think it wouldn't be, like... Is that too small? Hey, Limelight, how are you? Is that good? It's like the yellow on the yellow, you know? The indication for currently held button is yellow. And so are my action skill prompts. That's something I'm worried about too. Yeah. So I think next to it. I think next to it is better. It's a little clunky, but oh well. It gets the point across. Okay, so Prismatic already fucked up the keybinds. So, Cat, why are you knocking over your water bowl? You were just screaming at me for water, and now, like, I'm looking at him. He just put it on its side, and all the water came out. Now he's staring at it like, oh, I didn't think that would happen. You do this every day. He's such a weird cat. And now he's content drinking what's tiny bit is left in the bowl, now that most of it is just on my fucking floor. I have a carpet, by the way, so it sucks. Okay. Rotate your WASD keybinds 90 degrees. D is forward. So that would mean W is left, S is right, A is back. It's already cursed. Alright, and what did Irish want? Irish wanted me to unbind S. Okay, you said S. So I guess that means I unbind right. It's going in order of these being redeemed. That would be that. Okay, so I hit D to go forward. We doing that again? We are. How are we doing, Coded? Mr. David Bowling, Mr. Stone _ Sean. Oh, I saw. Oh, what was it? I saw something Swan related, and I was gonna make a joke about it, but it was like 7 p.m. and I knew I would forget, and sure enough, I did.
Do you hear something? I believe there's a Kevin near you.
Functional memory. There is a Kevin being obnoxious over there. Yeah, I'm talking about you. Jake. Jakers. Jake. Oh, come say hi. He is so uninterested. Yeah, I tried. He's right there. He's not far from me. It's just he is so uninterested in coming over here. Is it a flight bill? Because as an Amara main, I don't have one, but as a Swan, I do. I don't think it was a flight bill. It was definitely some sort of bill. Help you, you know, resolve bus fights. Never gonna get old, is it? I don't think I'm ever gonna get sick of that. Making suggestions we have to redeem. It's through redemptions. If you want me to do something cursed outside the scope of, like, swapping keybinds, like, yesterday Lizzie inverted my aim, you pay me money for that. Channel points or money. Otherwise, the playthrough's never gonna get done. Okay, the Freddy quest is still fucked. That's amazing that I managed to do that. We're not continuing DLC 2 right now because I want a Void Rift later. Level 44. I want to get like 2 more levels before we do, oh no, it's already happening. I'm already messing up. Before we do, Cistern of Slaughter. I guess we could do Trial of Discipline. We do Trial of Discipline. Oh no. What is this gonna lead to? Mr. David Bowling, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Alright, that's a lot. What are we doing? What are we doing, sir? Thank you so much. Helps me out immensely. Got my 50 gift badge. Let's go. Kind of shenanigans we up to today. We got the input overlay vocal, and currently S key is not bound to anything, as you can see. But D is forward, W is left, A is back. Yeah, active P-Shot, did I say that right? Hello, welcome in. Not gonna redeem anything, just want to grab the badge. You're a real one, Mr. David Bowling. Well, consider yourself as having one in the bank. More than that, really. I appreciate the shit out of you. Okay. Gotta get used to this movement. We're doing okay. Hey Lizzie, how are you? Endless Deus.
Space!
We swapping those, vocal? Jump and sprint? Yep. Okay. Jump is now shift, sprint is now space. That's... You know, some people actually have this set up this way. Like, I'm pretty sure this is how Priz plays Remnant. But back in the key sauce, we sure are, Austin. Hey, Blue. Forgot how much I hate enemies with cryo slowing you down. It's so actively unfun. Ooh, that's a Radiation Whispering Ice. I kind of want that. But we never resolved my not having SDUs issue. Never did do anything about that. Do I have a shock grenade other than this? I mean, I don't need both of these. I think of the two here, I get rid of that one. I don't need both. I just need one for transformer use. We do that. Okay, Whispering Ice is really good damage because it's cryo and Zane's good with that. But also it's a sticky grenade, meaning you can double dip a bunch of damage formula stuff with it. We don't yet have much relevant to that, but if we get a couple lucky drops, we will. 284.3 thousand channel points, but I'm not cruel. I can't say the same for some others. No matter what we do, we can never match the curse. This is some people's regular setup. That's true. I use Q to sprint and space to crouch, not gonna lie. You know, that's not that weird. I don't actually have the Q button bound to anything. And it feels strange. Because in other games, it's like a very important button. But I don't use that button at all in BL3. I think I'm weird for that. Does anyone else not use the Q button? It's already weird. It's already so weird, chat. I mean, at least I still have the ability to crouch. No, that's not a challenge. It's just gonna be very helpful to me. Bloodletter with weapon charge speed, that's really good. Like, for use in general, if you're a Mose. I got melee on Q. That's such a better choice that I kept melee on the default of V. It's so... I guess that's really indicative of how often I hit that button in BL3, huh? It's already so fucked, man.
That wasn't so hard now, was it?
Oh, we even got the good spawn, but I'm too slow trying to figure out how to move, so I can't capitalize on it. Hey, Beef. How we doing? You got me, Sentinel? Oh, you kind of don't. Oh no, that's a lieutenant. I'm not in a headspace for that. Oh no, clone died. Oh no, that's Roaster. Wait, how did I second win? I don't know what I second win it off of. We're gonna just take the W there and run the hell away. I genuinely don't know what I killed. I'm cool with it though. Are you gonna come down? No? Oh, there you are. Sentinel got me. Cool. Hey Gage, how are you? Action skill on M3? Yeah, I have grenade on M4. So actually I guess it's technically M5. Swap shooting modes on Q. That's a good one, yeah. Playing a lot of modes recently for the first time, having blast with it. I'm sure my spec's not very optimal, having fun specing on my own. And that's the enjoyment, yeah. No sliding allowed, ever. Curses runs out of swapping action skill and grenade, or maybe melee on mouse 3. What trial are you doing? This is Trial of Discipline. Jerk chicken and egg burrito with mango salsa and pepper jack. That sounds amazing. Holy shit. That sounds delicious. No notes, would change nothing. Just want it. I guess I need to take cover. Okay, I managed to get through spawning Sentinel. I wasn't sure I would live that long. Swap Digiclone over here. Gotta remember to swap clone often enough to keep him healed. I got a Taco Bell and get their breakfast. I haven't had Taco Bell breakfast in a long time. That was almost disastrous. What shield am I running right now? The red suit. Honestly, considering I'm running Sentinel, I should be running the Revolter. I'm gonna be much more flimsy defensively, but I think it's better. No more deaths yet. We got real close once so far. Only just started Nunu, and we got real close. And confirmed the advice for TCB of just don't hit yourself does indeed work. Works every time. Most of the time. Melee nades on M4 M5, yeah. I have my push to talk, and anything I use push to talk. I used to use push to talk for stream, but I don't anymore. I have that on M4, and then I have grenade on M5. I still use push to talk for Discord, so I haven't started using M4 for anything different. Keybind wise, but I don't know, maybe that changes.
Get that attractive bastard right there!
Nibus. Nibus with Splash. We're gonna set up clone over here. See, one of the advantages way back when we picked up our one revolter we're allowed at an early level is now we don't need to worry about getting the anoint on it because it's low level enough that enemies are just gonna break it instantly anyway. So we don't get a different anoint on it, but we don't need to worry about activating ours either. A little trade-off. I'm here. Hey, Briz. Currently, S key is bound to nothing, and jump and sprint are swapped, but otherwise it's just your stuff. Surprised I dodged that. Only reason I was able to is because I know this guy's animation so well from doing so much Malo on takedown. Oh no, cartel spawn. Actually a disaster. You're dotted. Please die. No fucking way, bro. Sir? I swear. That was almost bad. Spawn clone. Do our ground slam thing. I must say, I'm still pretty impressed with how clone is doing damage-wise with his default gun. And I'm in the barrier skill tree configuration right now, so my skill tree is actually awful.
Shoot him!
Or default companion is not supposed to be strong. Well, my flak player brain is telling me that, you know, the creative vision is that they're supposed to be strong with investment, but then I remember Moe's exists, so I'm like, and Zane's investment in a digiclone is skills you already take and have skill points for, so I don't know. Listen. On Sentinel, finish it. Thank you, Sentinel. Can't have clone being bad due to player skill issues. Yeah, no, that would be the player suffering consequences for poor choice making on Zane. That's not a thing. That's not allowed. Guitar Hero time. Ooh, nice. Alright, let's try all those. I can't speak. Trial of Discipline. A Rack Commander. Once again, I'll say it every time it drops. Underrated class, not legitimately useful. That's a Firestone with corrosive damage and AoE. Now, I have not been particularly lucky with my artifacts in terms of getting AoE. Like, that's the best I have, that Shock Stone from a while ago. So, direct upgrade for that at least. If I'm ever in a situation where I'm just having Sentinel do the thing, that's what that artifact would be good for. Yeah, my skill tree. I was doing barrier stuff. So I don't have like a bunch of the key things that I should if doing Sentinel clone. I don't have Boom and Ants. So this clone damage that you're seeing is without double barrel, without Boom Enhance. And note the double barrel, even if you don't give clone a copy of your gun, he will still get a gun damage bonus that also stacks up to 3 times from clone swapping. But like without Boom Enhance, which is 60% gun damage and 15% fire rate, and then without up to 75% gun damage, without him using a splash weapon and benefiting from that, without him being in an O.M circle, like, clone is just, I don't have an action skill damage passive on my class mod either, and that's a fresh multiplier. Like, I don't have any of that stuff, and clone still destroys. It's kind of crazy to me. I'm tempted to go clone grenade and do fastball stuff. Seems really good, actually. Yeah, almost level 45. Not Pandora. Go back to Sanctuary. Let's do another Proving Ground. We've done Supremacy, Instinct, and Discipline. Cunning, Fervor are harder because anointed enemies. Could probably handle Survival as long as we don't get bad RNG on elemental resists. But because this fastball is non-Ellie and Clone's gun is non-Ellie, we can have Sentinel do non-Ellie damage as well. I think we'll be okay.
This thing on? Test, test. Hey, Vault
These weird combines giving you ideas for unironic improvements to your defaults. Well, we were just talking about a few minutes ago. I don't have anything bound to the Q button. So, like, I should put something there. Like, just yesterday is when I moved ping from U to Z, so I can actually hit it. Because in Wonderlands, you actually use the ping to, like, direct your pets. And to see through visual pollution. So I want to get in the habit of doing that. Now, I have it bound to control in that game. Now, maybe I should do that in this game as well, but I think Z is just a better keybind. Yeah, I didn't have anything bound to Q or Z. And swapping shift and space isn't that disruptive. It's just thumb to pinky. It's kind of fine. I still wouldn't do it. I get it. That's one that doesn't seem weird to me. Like, I'm sure there's plenty of people who play like that. Ping is M3 and everything except Gunfire Reborn for me. See, even though I haven't played an MMO in years, I had programmed myself to where M3 is interrupt. It's never anything but interrupt. And if I'm playing a game where interrupt isn't a thing, I just don't have anything on that button. I programmed myself because at the time I was doing progression rating and hitting interrupts was important for the content that was out. So, like, I really... Gunfire Reborn interrupt... Yep. See? See? It's the morally correct choice. Yeah, let's do Trial of Survival. We can do the second part of the Ava questline as well. That's just good XP. Getting a Mesmer will maybe be useful. Yeah, I mean, for Guardian Takedown, Mesmer clone is definitely going to be how we end up doing that. Might have to restrict the keybind stuff during, like, Guardian takedown, maybe. Hey, Big Buck, how are you? Like, for Malon, it should be fine. But, like, if you mess with my keybinds during crystals, that might screw me. It's not going to be as easy as, crystals on Amara. It's completely fucking free on Amara. Your Zane, stop being a coward. Listen, it's like the one area in the game where you have to use 2 brain cells. So, having a delay on my 1.5 existing brain cell function could be death. Clone has 1. Fingers on B and mouse button and gunfire reborn, but I keep meaning to shift it. Trying to think of the weirdest keybinds I have. I don't have anything particularly weird. I have swap fire mode on X, but like I don't think that's that strange. Yeah, I'm pretty vanilla when it comes to keybinds. Hey, new black hole. Not anointed though. I will not clutter my backpack further. Use double tap dodge. Weird. I guess. Okay, no, I have fastball now. So the cool thing about this fastball is we have a really good anoint giving us a ton of grenade damage. And it's non-LE, so the only way it'll kill us is if our shock bonus element applies a dot. Which it will, because fastball is a really good dot grenade. But having Digiclone out, as long as Digiclone is shooting while I have that dot on me, I have a pretty good chance of survival. This is without having my splash artifact. Increase the damage even more. Although I have a grenade damage one. Like, I guess the way I get the most damage here is I equip that, and I find a conductor with splash damage. We're definitely going to use the wild card on conductor at this point. It's got to be between conductor and seeing dead. Yeah, it's got to be between conductor and seeing dead. We can't farm Victory Rush because we can't get to that enemy without shooting a specific gun. We already killed the auto-idle enemy.
Not but a bushel of manky gits.
Because you have to kill that one in the story. We didn't kill the Commander Planetoid enemy. Because I specifically left him. Who drops Cosmic Crater and Toxic Revenger? Does anyone remember those 2 sources? I mean, I could look it up in a second, but... Further restricting wildcard enemies you haven't killed yet? Have to declare before a kill one type thing? No, it's just I'm thinking of enemies I can kill for artifacts without having to use my wildcard. Because, like, I would like to save my wildcard for class mod farming. Particularly because I can be extra cheeky and equip a Schluter and go in DLC 2. And farm a conductor. That's something I want to do. Cosmic is Artemis. That's the Skag, right? No. Is Artemis a Skag? The fuck is Artemis? What's the other? Toxic Revenger. Come on. There we go. Fastball can't do that. The knockback from fastball is such a huge W as well. Yeah, Kevin, I agree. I'm somewhat used to the movement.
I'm bullets for you. I'm bullets for you. Everybody gets bullets.
You find is it a prefix? It might be. Yeah, no, Cosmic Crater suffix. Yeah, I guess it is. Yeah. I'm trying to think of slam artifacts. Suffix effects. And Cosmic Crater is like the least shit of them. The Toxic Revenger, it's not good, but like it also being a prefix slot is, it's competing with Hot Drop, Ice Spiker, and Sparkplug, and it's not winning that. If it had good damage, or good application of damage, either one, it would be good, but because like Corrosive is a great element, it just somehow manages to still be awful. Welcome back, Eat Toilet Paper for Fast Wipe. So Mayhem 11 give more drop chance than Mayhem 1? Than Mayhem 1? Yes. For non-dedicated drops. Nothing you do in this game increases your dedicated drop chances. They're always the same. But for the luck-based, you know, world drops, unsourced things, those go up, yes. A cat. Yes, hi cat.
Let me know.
Cat. Okay. Cat. Get a hot drop Cosmic Crater? Yes. And that's exactly the thought process. I would want either a Spark Plug or a hot drop Cosmic Crater. Agent class mod. If it was 5 ready for action, that might actually be worth picking up, but oh well. Like, I should take Boom Enhance here. But I want to do silly stuff over here. Take Boom Enhance. So what we're gonna do now, bury your clone.
Space!
Oh no. Put that. Conductor there. Clone and crouch. Okay. I was about to head over to the slaughter, but now I need to get used to this. So that goes there, and then crouch goes... No, throw a grenade. Okay. That's weird, but... Eventually I'm gonna... As long as I don't put grenade in that slot, I'm okay. But the second I equip grenades again, this is going to kill me. Because I'm gonna go to, like, ground slam an enemy at point blank and just grenade them and dot myself and die. Okay, let's go discover Cistern. And then pop back over to Sanctuary, get XP booster, and then go back. Gunless Zane sounds tough. It's not, because Zane is just... One of the points that is being proven by this playthrough is Zane is the easiest shit ever. Like, with chat actively swapping my keybinds, you can see how jacked up they are with... See, I'm moving forward right now, and the overlay is showing me pressing D. I can't move whatever direction S is supposed to be, so since it's currently flipped, I can't move to the right at all. My normal keybinds for use grenade and crouch are swapped. So I normally crouch with C, but that now spawns clone. Jump and sprint are swapped. And I'm still not really having any trouble, because Zane is easy. You don't even need to shoot guns. Zane is easy. I forgot how good Hot Drop was, but I'm using level 29 one in my flag playthrough and it still puts in work. Yeah, Hot Drop is extremely good. There was one really hype point in, when Bratuhai and I were going back and forth for, like, records in the Zane category for Proving Grounds. Where we kept taking Trial of Survival back from each other, and it got to a point where I wasn't sure if I could take it back on one, but then switching from Sparkplug to Hot Drop secured it for me, and that was really, really fucking cool. Zane cannon builds. I mean, I sometimes use Mantis, but I'm using all of Zane's action skills for this as a sort of showcasing thing. Like, I've used everything. Currently I'm using Barrier Clone. Yes, Barrier offensively. Because Barrier in Cistern of Slaughter is really fun, and I just want to show that off. But some of it's been me using grenades, some of it's been me using Mantis, some has been Clone, some has been Sentinel. They're all useful. How Gunless Mo's work outside of just Iron Bear? Grenade builds. You can still just ground slam and Nova the same way everyone else can. But grenade builds in particular. Wait, no, this wasn't where I was supposed to go. Oopsie. Autopilot. Ignore me. You get away with the GR turn off. I mean, depending on what I'm doing, and I would actually really pay attention to the timer on that, and I would probably veto it during any activities where I'm already significantly hamstrung by other stuff. So, like, maybe. You know the one I'm after? Yeah, no, I'm not turning that one off. I need that. Top drop damage might be dependent on player level as opposed to item level. Sparkplug works that way. Yeah, that's true. There's a few interesting things level-wise with, like, that sphere of interactions and mechanics and stuff. Like, another one is Amara's Terror Skulls Anoint is dependent on the level of one of your slots. Is it your shield? It's something really weird. It's either your shield or your gun, and it doesn't care which slot it is, it just looks at one of them. It's very strange. Think shield? Yeah. Like, you know the Amara Anoint, while terrified, phase grasp causes skulls to shoot up, and then it has a listed base damage. That base damage is not actually what it looks at. It has a base damage, but how much it gets per level depends on the level of your equipped shield. Was the thing way back, BO3 release day, there's a rad grenade, melted graveward, remember it? Porcelain pipe bomb, and it's still one of the better damage dealing grenades in the game. I don't need to get an XP booster. We're good, full send. Remember the pipe bomb being really strong? Still is. Still is. That item never needed the bug to be good. Still got excellent damage distribution and a relatively neutral element for mobbing, which is what it's really for. But you have plenty of ways of turning off the downsides of rad, and it's got a decent enough base damage. Shield, yeah, Anoint looks at shield in my valley. Yeah. Using it right around my most. I have a flak build that runs it. It's quite good.
Let's go another fucking round. Crush some
shit. I have the wrong shield on. Oopsie. I need that.
Use more fucking explosives this time. More.
I'm gonna do an BO3 run before going to Wonderlands. Do it. It went to ground slam and it did not ground slam. Said Zane's the hardest gunless for you. Who's the easiest flak? Yeah. Easiest is flak. What do you think? What makes you say most? I mean, Iron Bear is good, but keep in mind, Iron Bear is shit at bossing. Once you get into like actual endgame content. And early game Iron Bear has no uptime at all. Like, the thing about the way Iron Bear is balanced in terms of overall level of power, it's one of the weaker action skills damage dealing wise. Like, I'm gonna repeat that because that's gonna break some brains. Iron Bear is one of the weaker action skills in terms of damage output. That's just how it is. But what Iron Bear is good damage distribution, good uptime, low threshold of investment required, and you can't die while using it. Minesweeper's pretty strong. Minesweeper is incredibly strong. It's the technically the strongest thing in the game if we're talking like damage potential.
Need some cover.
Like, us theory crafters, we specifically, if we're talking damage ceiling calcs, we always have to specify no Minesweeper. This is part of why people saying, oh, Zane's the strongest, he does the most damage. No, he doesn't. because he doesn't have Minesweeper. That's just it. Should I do if I might be able to run with character, like all the skill trees? Here's the thing with that, Jacqueline. No one else can tell you what you like. Different people enjoy different playstyles, different kits on different characters. Like, for example, Zane is by far my least played Vault Hunter, because unless I'm doing something like of a showcase like this or a challenge run, I find him incredibly boring. But for some people, Zane's their go-to, and they have trouble enjoying the others. I can't tell you what you like. I can only tell you what I like. That was still the one-shot, most one-shot damage in the game. That's something we should probably recalc in a concrete manner. It's between Moze and Zane if you're talking single target, one trigger pull. Now, if you allow hitboxes that don't actually exist on theoretical enemies, then it should be Zane after some balancing that happened in the summer of 2021. But that's the thing with Eraser. Eraser's peak requires an enemy that doesn't exist. Now, there's been plenty of showcases of how high you can take Eraser. I know Moxie has done a lot of content in that vein. But Short Fuse doesn't require any bullshit theory. So in terms of practically, you pull trigger once, enemy die, Short Fuse can do that to anything Moze is capable of seeing. Whereas Eraser requires certain hitbox parameters. Yeah. And you would have to disallow Minesweeper for Zane to have a chance. As Lizzie mentioned, Minesweeper is potentially infinite damage. The way you've worded that makes Remnant on Amara relevant too. Well, yeah, if we allow for multiple targets, then you get other things, other factors, like Amara has a bunch of multi-target mechanics that double dip that can trigger other things that double dip off of that. And she could snowball to really big numbers. I mean, Remnant can hit in the quadrillions. It can. With, like, 3 total enemies. It could do more with more. Or you could get an instance of damage that deals more with more enemies. Like, for example, if you had Remnant hollow point and hit enough enemies, you build up enough Groundbreaker that you could beat everyone else except for Minesweeper. But, that's one of the reasons why we kind of handle Krieg the same way with these theoretical damage calcs, because Bloodsplosion is the same thing. You add enough enemies, Krieg can beat anything. You just need to add enough enemies. It requires something actually infinite like Minesweeper to beat. Amara's the same way. So that's one of the many reasons why when people, like, rank Vault Hunters, yeah, sure, gun to my head, Amara's the quote-unquote weakest, but, like, that is not a complete picture, because create the right situation, and that's not true anymore. Honestly, you could pick any VH and be happy. Yeah. It's Soccer Chick. What time are you doing the thing? so I can like hang out. Plan to run on every character BL3 in Wonderland, some alternate them, each one reaching end game stuff for Wonderland's builds, reaching Chaos 10 and Redux, and each just playing through without looking at any builds for BL3. I don't know which one to start. Like, it's gonna go back to what I said. What kind of playstyle do you like? What are you after? Do you like pew-pewing things? Do you like doing like caster type stuff? Like, which character is gonna have more things that you like is gonna depend on what you like. I'd say it doesn't matter. I enjoy everything. Well, then how am I gonna give a suggestion there? Like, at that point, just flip a coin. Four? Cool. Hey, Swin, thank you for the 28 months. Better? Or something on the wall? Play Black. I have 7,000 hours, and, like, over 4 of those are on Black. Not over 4. Well, I mean, I guess technically yes, over 4, but over 4,000 of those are on Black. So, like, fuck it. Play Black. Also, I want to point out this entire time while we've been having this conversation, I've been killing things with Barrier. Just so everyone knows, you can do that. It also might... Thank you, Gunswin. It might interest you to know that Barrier clears his content faster than guns not named Anarchy, Lucky 7, Globetrotter, Yellow Cake Creamer. Shocker. Hey, thanks for the Prime, Jacqueline. I appreciate that. Very kind of you. You enjoy the emotes and everything. Probably legitimately have 4 hours on Flak. I feel like I could convince you to play more Flak. Like, if you had the time, I could probably get you to like some Flak stuff. Because a lot of the Amara stuff that we both like reminds me directly of things I like about Flak. Enough to realize it's too strong. Just give a character damage formula and just, yeah. Like, Black is so well designed. Until you get the purple tree. My ground slam button again? Not that. There it is. Compared to playing Amara, you have different shortcomings. Black's shortcomings are less of an actual downside than Amara's shortcomings. That's how it works out, in my opinion. Played Gunboy and felt like I was cheating. Gunboy was so good. Or base BL3 Flak, just fadeaway crits are insane. Yeah. Launch BL3 Flak was a demon. Never actually got weaker. But people learned more about other characters and got more comfortable on other characters. Honestly, same. Did GTD run a little else on them? What do you do against fire resistant enemies like Wendigo on Rackstab? Change the element of my shield. Well, like against Wendigo, I wouldn't use a fire stinger. Or a fire fish slap. I'd use cryo would be optimal. And if you're using Unleash the Dragon to deal with bosses, you would switch to either White Elephant or Static Charge, whichever one you have a better roll of. here. Did it again. I'm doing my favorite thing in BO3, form a company man. Company man or a comp. Either way, pain. March repair cut squag and general cells. Aw, dude, that sounds so good. And class mod, Doing this for levels or just completion? Both. I want to do every piece of endgame content in this game on this setup. Now, of course, this isn't at Mayhem 10 right now, but I can tell you that everything I'm doing right now for this piece of content works on Mayhem 10. It would look exactly the same as this, because, slam effects get times 21 Mayhem scaling. Action skills get times 31 Mayhem scaling. So it would just adapt. Work out exactly the same. Use barrier to kill you. Totally play Flagfire in a position to sink another couple thousand hours into this game. Hey, this is one of those games we always come back to. I'm sure eventually you'll have the time and the desire. Kirby sounds good.
Don't worry, you can still look at me.
Went to the beach and played in the flesh-eating seaweed. What a gamer. Go ahead, jump. Thought that about BO2 until I experienced the movement of BO3. Yeah, going backward in movement tech is very difficult for me to do. Just in any game in general. I have a lot of trouble with that. Clone, you want to please shoot? Hopefully that Hunter Seeker kills. No, it went into the pipe. Okay. Well, at least we have good cooldown. Good money from that. Complain.
I will now reward your badassery with this sick mouth guitar solo.
I'm gonna wait for my action skills to end and come back. About the same would happen going from Wonderland's Redux Dash into BO3, but I love Slam Spam so much. I think that's the only reason it doesn't feel bad. Going back. You don't have guns, what gun is the clone using? He has a default one that he spawns with. Clone actually has two different default guns. He's got one that you see in this menu, this pistol here, which I believe is currently in the black market. It's a unique green. But what he actually gets in game is just a doll AR. I guess Trick of the Light is what I should spec here. But instead, work towards getting seen red again. Miss the glitch it gives a dash slam. Hey, honey bunny, how you doing?
Use more explosions this round. Use
This keybind shit is very difficult,
explosions.
by the way. I'm somewhat used to it, but you can only be so used to this. Zane going, is it still health? Well, you can see my, see the input display, bottom right of the screen, near my action skills in the cam and stuff. And you can see how I'm hitting some buttons that don't make sense, because my keybinds have been messed with by chat. So on top of being gunless and having farming restrictions, we're also doing chat sabotage. And it's still going very well. Which, you know, proves the point I've been trying to make as a theory crafter for years. About Zane is just the easiest thing ever. And even the character whose entire identity is gun does not struggle to do non-gun stuff. Like, going over everything, all the restrictions of this run for the benefit of those who might not know. I'm not allowed to equip guns. Anytime I have a gun equipped, it's because a quest reward was forcefully put on, or because I'm bringing it to a vendor to sell it. I'm not allowed to kill any unique enemy more than once, except for cartel lieutenants, because I can't control where they spawn. And I'm allowed one wild card where I can pick one enemy. I haven't used this yet. I can pick one enemy to do an actual farming session on. Otherwise, I can only kill unique enemies once, including enemies I have to fight in the story. This means some significant artifacts I would be using are not available for farm because Victory Rush requires shooting a specific gun, so I can't get it. Auto Idol requires killing an enemy that I already killed in the story, so I can't get it. Yeah, and then Chad is messing with my keybinds with channel points and money. And the idea is I'm gonna do all in-game content at Mayhem 10. Or 11. I haven't decided if I'm doing 10 or 11. Probably 10 for the benefit of some of the modifiers. But we'll see. Basic movement's still a little hard. Devoted. I don't know, Clone can just spam grenades. He can. You can set him up to do that, Pericles. If you equip a See Undead, you'll get so many triggers of See Undead, and then from like any source of damage, some Clone doing it, your dots doing it, Sentinel doing it, you doing it, whatever. But Fractal Frags has a chance to trigger. Chance to throw a grenade when it triggers. So it'll trigger every kill skill event, but then it'll roll that 30% chance. Now if that coin comes up heads, then the Clone throws a grenade. He stops everything else he's doing and throws a grenade. Now that grenade can cause him to throw another grenade. if RNG works out. So you can set up clone to just constantly be throwing grenades. It is a thing.
Antigua! Ta-da!
I will likely end up... Well, so the plan was to do that for some content, but here's the issue I ran into. Because I accidentally locked my progress in DLC 1, I can't go any further. So I would have to start TBHM
Wisely, suckers!
and progress through Jackpot DLC there to get a Seeing Dead, which is something I might do. Because there's no other way of getting it. I could maybe run around killing some basic mobs with a Schluter equipped in normal mode. I could probably do it. Rack are gonna be a problem. Hopefully the Hunter Seeker from clone despawning will kill something. Whenever that happens. Might switch to Sentinel over Barrier for a moment here. Or if I let clone expire, that level up bonus will actually be very useful. Put that there. Unequip that. I'm gonna throw some Hunter Seekers to deal with these flying enemies.
Got any more for the meat grinder?
Skill point. Trick of the Light would be optimal here, I think, but like I said before, we're just gonna put points in Salvation until we get Seeing Red. Another underappreciated Zane feature is he has infinite grenades. It's like straight up infinite. Like, unlike Moe's, he doesn't need to hit anything either, he just needs to have kill skills active. The only reason my regen turned off just now is because I don't have Seeing Red. I was doing meme barrier stuff.
Let me know. Dog for a bushel of monkey gets.
Tunguska. I should sell that. And that's that. Pretty easy Cistern of Slaughter. Cold Warrior with cooldown. Only one Trick of the Light. If that had more Trick of the Light, I'd have actually taken that. Oh well. What is the base damage of the Cold Warrior? You happen to know that, Mr. Sean? I figure you don't, but I figured I'd ask. I don't remember if that's one of the Zane things that Rune asks you to test. pick up that Tunguska to sell. The only reason I have a gun equipped right now. Grab launchers. No one wanted the green kielbasa? Said the Hulk.
Well, Torg's proud of you, I guess. I'm a little pissed off myself since I had a lot of money riding on you dying in there, but... Oh well, here's your... You'll be back. Tired of wasting cash on respawns.
Okay, so how close are we to another level? Not too far. It's 2 skill points off of getting Seeing Red back. So we've done this turn. We have not done Star or Shaft. Shaft is gonna... We're gonna want more gear before we do that, I think. Let me look up something on Loot Lemon, actually. I'm curious. Loot Lemon, Void Rift. I can't remember if Void Rift World drops in the DLC. Does it? Doesn't look like it world drops in the DLC at all. That means maybe my my wild card goes to the Scholar instead of something else in DLC 2, because that'll be the Daddy farm for Void Rift. And I'll have the chance of world drop conductors. Yeah, that seems like the smart play. Remember how much was the percent for Seeing Dead on launch? 25%. Yeah, it was. I mean, I think. Once again, let's Loot Lemon. Changelog. Yeah, it was 25% until November, or till either September or November 2021. I don't know which date showing method Loot Lemon uses off the top of my head. Yeah, till late 2021, it was 25, then it was lowered to 10, which is like a interesting decision. The time for Seeing Dead to be nerf worthy had long passed by that point. Like, as soon as Purple Tree came out, Seeing Dead no longer needed a nerf. Because it was invalidated. They invalidated the Band-Aid with a better Band-Aid. I can handle Trial of Cunning. I think I can handle Trial of Cunning. We got this. Not having Seeing Red going into this is going to be pain, because if I get really bad RNG on Anointed Tink spawns, then that's going to be RIP. We'll see what happens. Widowmaker with ASC Cryo. It's TDR. This one's Hyperion Widowmaker with Cryo. That's decent, but...
More death in my pocket.
Backpack SDU. Hell yeah. How much is the next one? 2.1 mil. I'll just get the Grenade SDU instead. I like how I've just accepted and I've not bothered swapping back any of these keybinds. Because as soon as I do, it's just gonna get worse. Okay, so for Science Booster here, there's actually arguments for taking different things. I could level faster, which is big. This helps me keep my loot on level better, the butt stallion milk. Elemental powder means really strong dots, because as long as I'm not using executor, that's a fresh mult, and that's very impactful. Jabber Cola, you know what it says on the tin. Extra money from Lucky Jabberfoot would help me fill out my STUs better. And caffeine caplets, interestingly enough, is the least useful thing here. But movement speed is still good. What activity am I doing? Hunting. Let's take the money boost, because I did just spend a bunch. We're not going to be killing that many enemies, so the extra drops won't matter too much. Yeah. I'd like to get more backpack space, because there's more items I'm going to want. I think Fractal Frags is worth going in a regular clone build. It depends. It's very often worth it, but it'll depend highly on what you want clone to do and which class mod you're using. So, like, if you're running a CN Dead, he will be throwing a lot of grenades, but whether or not that's a good thing is debatable, because he will prioritize that grenade throw over shooting. And, like, he can blow himself up with his grenades, too. It depends. Is there an arrow? Can you only have one boost at a time? Yes, only one at a time. I think that's pretty much the only thing that keeps him balanced. Kind of 16 Road Warrior in this vendor. Go my clone, do the most damage, or should not take it. Again, it's going to depend on what exactly you have clone doing. Like what weapon you're giving him, what exactly, what grenade you have, what weapon you have, where you're positioning him, what he's fighting against. It's going to depend. Like, here, we'll start from here. What gun are you giving your clone? And what class mod do you have? Anyway, I can't for the life of me seem to find a flare with more than 2 in Stainless Steel Bear. Some class mods have, weird roll restrictions. There's something wrong about flare, but I don't remember what it is offhand. Let me look. Loot Lemon should have this. I think flare rolls too many means of destruction and not enough Stainless Steel Bear. Yeah, it can get 5 in MOD. I don't think it can get... This says it can get... Okay, it can get 3 Stainless Steel Bear. Yeah. You can't get more than 3 Stainless Steel Bear, even though it's a 5-point skill. On that class mod. What I miss? Just telling Blue about the flare skill roll weirdness. We finished this turn. No PPU and CN Dead. I would say in that instance, skipping Fractal Frags might be worth, because the no PPU is gonna do a lot of work. And, like, particularly the puddle, as long as you have a lot of grounded enemies, the puddle from that is gonna mob as effectively as a grenade where it spawns. So, probably skip Fractal Frags on that setup. And especially because with CN Dead, Clone would then be throwing grenades more than shooting. Chance of rolling a 3 in a skill that maxes at 3 is harder than rolling 3 in a skill that maxes at 5. I mean, on paper, but in practice with how it works, is it? Because, like, it rolls each slot individually. And you're going for 3 and not 5. Yes, but they take it out of the pool. Hmm. Okay. Roll is a 1 in 5, then 4. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I was made for this.
You are correct. Actually, don't need red suit here. I should be going. Black hole is tempting, but man, my black hole is very out leveled. I should have bought that one in the vendor there. I'll go revolter. If rolls look comfortable. I was just talking about how the reason why I haven't changed them back is because I know as soon as I do, it's gonna get worse. Viper, thank you for the 34 months. Anywho, Mo's comms on the floor now. I don't have any.
34 months, goddamn. Love ya quather qua anywho. Mo's comes on the floor now.
I had to check to
Quack
make sure.
bonk.
How you doing, Viper? Good to see you. Thank you so much for the long-running support. That's almost 3 years.
Also my middle name.
That is almost 3 years. I think as of next month, we'll have some 3-year subs. Having a check means you have a problem. And, you know, fair. No, that's a lieutenant. Who'd I get? Good flap. Could be very good for me or very bad for me. I'm surprised you didn't follow that up immediately, Priz, with actually changing the keybinds to be worse. Because I am able to kind of play normally now. Which I'm sure you're enjoying. Ooh, a Watson. Hell yeah. Give me that. First have you recognized what? Let's see. Alright, jump and sprint are swapped. Grenade and action skill. No, grenade and crouch are swapped. Jump and sprint are swapped. I can't move right. The movement controls are shifted 90 degrees. Yeah. That's what all is happening right now. I have to tell you to reset the defaults. I mean, you do you.
I'm bullets for you. I'm bullets for you. Everybody gets bullets.
Is the input display big enough for everyone?
Come on.
Can you see it clearly? I think a good place where it's difficult. I was gonna put it like over my action skills, but yellow on yellow is like... Rotate another 90 forward on Z. A can have whatever's on Z. I don't have anything bound to Z. Wait, no, I have ping bound to Z. I have ping bound to Z. But I can't ping now. Channel player redeem equals swap bind, still someone else makes you swap again. Yeah, we're pretty much, like, the 10-minute timer isn't a thing right now, unless it's something especially toxic. Alright, let me figure this shit out. And if you want me to do something cursed outside the realm of keybind swap, pay me money and I'll do it. Like, yesterday, Lizzie, that's what that death is up there. Lizzie inverted my aiming. Alright, let's see, how do we do this? So S still has to be nothing because That's what Irish redeemed, and no one has given me that back yet. So if D is forward, that would mean I can't move forward. So then A is right. D is... No, wait, hang on. Z... You said Z specifically. I mean, Z is right. D is left, W is back. Right? Hey, Worm. How you doing? That correct? That should be correct. Did so much you gave up in 10 minutes? Yeah, yeah. Been a while. Greg, got really good news? Good news is always good. No, this is already... How do I move forward? Oh yeah, I can't. Right. I can't do that. Well, we're crap walking. Oh, pitch slap, you do so much damage. Okay. New job, been enjoying it? Love to hear that. That's a huge W. Congrats. I might do just 10 minutes for this one, because not being able to move forward is, ooh. It's a new hot drop. I think hot drop damage based on player level, based on our earlier conversation. That's 1 year. My current job feels a lot longer. You felt so at home there, or at least you've given that impression that, yeah, it just kind of feels like a natural thing. We grab walking now.
That man is dangerous. Get him.
Yes, it took me that many tries to figure out where my spawn clone keybind is. It was like home except pay is low, so we do an investigative what's out there. Aw. Yeah, shop around. Love my new job because I only see like 3 people ever. That's the dream. Oh no, 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 no. Clone healing me through my own dot. It's got that Giga Chat damage.
Got any more for the meat grinder?
Looking for work, freelancing as gardener and research assistant. Is the research garden related? Or are you just multi-talented? Librarian by trade. It's an interesting collection of skills. Like the D is your standard move key? Yeah, because of the last one. I just got used to using that to move forward, so...
Trigger finger's getting tired over here.
I wonder if anyone new has come in and, like, not realized that the keybinds are very different than what I'm used to. And think that I'm just bad at moving. Because at first glance, look at the input display thing. It's not that weird. It's also inverted, so when you go back to WASD, yeah. 5 years for me in August, which is crazy. Yeah, 5 years at the same job. I've never had that. Granted, my first job was when I was 16, and I'm 28 now, so fears would have been, with all the life changes in that window, just not possible. Only job so far as well. Hey, glad you got something you could stick with long term right away. Job of 18 years to escape Florida. Understandable. It's been a hard decision to make, but
Before you get hurt.
most likely the right one, huh? Come on, come on, clone, clone. Okay, we're good, we're good. Need to swap clone into a better position. Zane is now a crab. Zane is leaving. Not mad about these binds he gave up on sprint. Well, I can't move forward, Frizz. I can't sprint. Like, I don't have a move forward keybind. Because Irish at the start of the stream said unbind S. You didn't specifically mention S. In fact, you specifically mentioning Z means I didn't have a loophole to bind the S back to something. Z is move right, Frizz. I can, like, sprint to the right, I guess. Oh, I can't, really. Guess I kinda can. And I did Z's forward. Oh, well. Yeah, it's... Hey, a Dragon Comp. It's fucked. The keybinds are fucked. Hey, we did trial of cutting with all that. Go on, I'm gonna grab this money. Let me not run off the side here. We did get a level up. Pretty nice. Grenade damage, shield recharge rate. Caustic Coast is, like, maybe not the worst thing to have here. Sliding for damage is not something I see myself doing, but having the option isn't bad. That's meant to how well you know the content, you can still sub-10 this. Lots of hours speedrunning the Proving Grounds, and honestly, doing non-gun stuff on Zane is what I did in those hours, for at least the Zane hours of that. Slide with no forward, yeah. The true play here is get Quag to comfortable to a fuck control scheme, go back to standards uncomfy. Did that jump and crouch yesterday. Not only did you guys do that with jump and crouch yesterday, but like the inverted aim thing. The death from the inverted aim wasn't while inverted aim was on, it was after I went back. Because I was used to it being inverted. So I grenaded myself because I was trying to look up and I looked down. What content we hit next? I would like to... Wait, I can't use ladders. I can't move forward, I can't use ladders. Huh. I didn't think about that. I don't think I'd need to use a ladder for anything. Chat, can you think of any areas in this game where you need to use a ladder to progress? I'm just curious. Maybe Jackpot? Which map? Wait for somebody to use Unbind Keybinds, they just tell you to invert your look controls. That was done yesterday, and no, that's not changing a keybind or unbinding a keybind. That one is you gotta cough up some dough for that. Jack's Secret? Yeah, maybe Jack's Secret. Because there's definitely places where you have to jump to progress. Although you could probably, on Amara, just phase slam with enough movement speed. But in terms of moving forward for a ladder, yeah. Maybe. Freddy's map also has points. I think with Freddy's you can still do the phase slam thing. I don't think Amara has to jump to progress, but everyone else does. Not too tall, you can pop clone up it and swap it. You'd have to... The way clone places like that is weird, so like I'll try to do that now. See, he'll spawn next to you rather than ahead of you most of the time. So I'm not gonna say it won't work for sure because I don't know that, but like I am skeptical of that working. Not a Zane player, so I don't know these things. Clone positioning is a really interesting sphere of stuff. It's kind of fucked. Like, he's also buggy. But there's a weird range to clone swapping where you are more likely to get those bugs when outside of those range than when outside of that range, but it's not guaranteed still. It just becomes massively more likely. Like, if you try to clone swap from sufficiently far away, it'll instead just bring clone to where you are. Sometimes. But other times it won't. Sometimes it'll swap you with him, but then it'll bring him back to where you are, so it'll basically just act as a teleport from you to him, and it'll reset his gun to whatever you're holding. Very weird combination of things. Like, it effectively respawns clone, so his gun and shield will recheck. Gun, shield, and grenade will recheck whatever you have equipped again. Which can be problematic. Like, if you set up clone with, say, a plasma coil, and you're holding a guardian angel, I chose those things because that's a real example of what has happened to me. He'll just start shooting a guardian angel, which, you know, GA from clone does good damage, but it's not as practical. So it can be really annoying when you want him to do something specific, and he just decides to not do that anymore. We could do Trial of Fervor. I kind of want to hold off on that currently. What else do we have to do? Well, first off, it's been enough time, and I think it's good enough content that we're gonna put the keybinds back to normal and see how bad that fucks me up. After an hour and a half of them being not normal. Defining pets with on deploy and on head makes a lot of sense. Surprised we haven't already. Okay. We can do Mysterious Leer. I could go above Mayhem 1, in all honesty. Just my Hunter Seeker's starting to get dated. Yeah, it's level 31. Spend a Guardian token. Oh boy, what do I get here? Fight for your life movement speed. Actually goated. Medium. I can't really hit Healy Avengers, that's the thing. Like Amara can still punch Healy Avengers with Find Your Center range increase and with Blitz. Zane can't, I don't think. If I had like a red suit equipped though, I could still damage them. AM3 gets me 2 mediums. I don't want to go to 4 because that increases loot pools on certain enemies. The HP. That's huge increases though. Horse head. It's a bicorn head. But okay, Boomer, Healy Avenger. I think I like that. Because extra grenade spam, I'm not using a grenade that benefits from the grenade damage right now, but I could easily switch back to my fastball. Yeah. Up to Mayhem 2. So I now can't go back to Mayhem 1. That's another one of my personal rules. I can't go back in Mayhem levels. So something I might do here is when we get to Gravedigger, I might equip a Schluter. Because I really want to ensure I get a Mesmer here. Reminds me of a stupid joke a friend of mine makes where whenever you ask him how he is, just say real slow, I am a horse. I don't get it. Type damage formula lingo, I keep finding reasons to introduce to every game I theorycraft. To make any impact on general game math, I want it to be introduced in such terms as a lexicon. I'm hitting D to move forward. Yep, I'm already brainwashed. A new fastball. Not anointed, but on level. Even Mayhem 2. No joke, Gage. I'm Gage now. I've been promoted. Did someone say pets? Hey, boom. New stopgap? Like, it being anointed at all is technically helpful. Excuse me. Yeah, I won't throw away my old one yet, but... My movement's still fucked. This dude is engaged? No. You've been bamboozled.
Look, it's the real Zane! There! Huh? Me? I'm your dad! Fancy that!
On, I can switch back to having Doppelbanger on, because I'm not in barrel hell anymore. Never recover from this. A true pro gamer, how you doing? What I got here? Nothing fantastic. Okay. Crash vendors. Hi, Clay. Woke up recently, blamed my sleepy brain. Valid reason. So interestingly, the mobbing in this area is like more of a threat than I anticipated, at least on the last run, the Amara playthrough. I was actually in more danger here than I thought I would be. I'm gonna respect it a little more this time.
Pop it off!
Nice try.
Back up! Hang it for a barrier. Come with. Well behind.
Oh, where it's clone? Play, I need you. Oh no, I got a dot. We're good. We're good. My movement's fucked because I'm used to the other keybinds still. Okay, there we go. Swap you out of danger. Of course, that swapped me into danger. Play carrying. Okay. Goliath's dead. We're good. I keep hitting D to move forward. When we get Mayhem Water branded merch. I'm surprised they don't have a distillery, honestly.
I ain't no backwater cowboy.
Yeah, with clone active, my fastball does some good damage. Is that annoying?
Your parents shall be ashamed of you.
And I guess the conductor bonus element as well. Ow.
Come on!
Excuse me. Hitboxes. Hello. What, Michigan's already doing that? True. Okay, come on. This is actually toxic game. This is why I have a Quasar. We hadn't had to use it yet, but this is why we Quasar. That Atlas Quasar I wouldn't shut the fuck up about for a couple of streams and I never used. Well, that's what it's for.
Backwater cowboy.
I need a Senzu for that one. Boom is saying good burn. Play? Play, please. Thank you.
That was mine.
Another Quasar situation. I'm trying to like
Possibly.
slightly. Okay, that works. Stinky character, Ava Stinky. I mean, in terms of odor, maybe if you lived in a sewer pipe or whatever. But in terms of quality of character, no. Good character. Actual human being. Rather than a caricature. Or an outright shitty person like Lilith. Or an ineffectual moron like Maya. Most sane character in Borderlands. Don't you insult the dust. Sorry.
I'll kill you.
I always forget that Hoarder Tinks are a thing. Because they don't spawn in, like, Slaughter Shaft for the COV Proving Grounds.
Spill your secrets.
Not my favorite, better than Lilith? Yeah, everyone's better than Lilith. Remember, chat, gatekeeping is cringe, and Lilith believes in gatekeeping in tabletop games.
86 doors
It
print.
is morally correct to hate Lilith. Oh, I don't like that combo of enemies. I don't like that at all. Serpentine. If you were to enter world drop armor, what do you mean? Oh. Right, what Blue mentioned. Right. I mean, I did a little bit, but like they didn't spawn anywhere relevant after month 2 of the game. Yeah. I did a little bit of that at the time. But like after that, you almost never see him. You see him in Joey's mansion. I guess that's the most common place that I ever see loot tanks. Where'd Mordecai fall on the sanity scale? Pretty sane. Like, he has understandable emotional responses to things, and, like, has multiple emotions he expresses. Also does, like, human shit of, like, as he ages, he wants to leave something positive behind in, you know, inspiring other people and shit, and he feels responsible for leading them into bad decisions. AKA, he's better than Lilith. Like, that whole quest with the kid he was mentoring, that was sad. That was sad as hell. I never remember where the clues in these are. You'd think after all these times doing it, but some details just don't stick. My thinking fruit. Rabbit make mayhem water? Probably. I would definitely trust Rabbit to make mayhem water more than I would trust Rabbit to make food. Because, like, Rabbit will make drinks that are supposed to make you dizzy. Rabbit making food will make you dizzy, and it's not supposed to. Control. Long time no see. Overslept with days. I was just thinking about the other day. Hadn't heard from you in a bit. I was getting ready to, like, do a homie welfare check. Thank you for the 31 months. How the hell are you? Hi, Chester. How are you? Any liquid he creates possibly counts as mayhem water. No, like, Rabbit's legitimately a good mixologist. Like, he's good at that. That's what he does by trade, and he is good at it. But don't trust him with food. Prairie Fire Shot is mayhem water? I'm not familiar. Should I Google that? I'm gonna Google that. Oh, a hot shot of tequila and Tabasco. That sounds good. I would drink that. at my man water comment. Oh, still thinking about a recreated IRL Radwater. Hang on. Combat. Glass soda bottle full of glowing bright piss yellow water. Tastes like sour water. Dry water you can't drink because the bottle's content is frozen. Fire water, bottle boiling red water. It's a shit ton of spice in it for no reason. I would try all of those, and that probably says enough about me. All's well? Yeah, all good. Have you been suitably cursed in my absence? They've been messing with my keybinds on this run, Control. We got an input display on screen. Now, at the moment, my keybinds are normal, because part of it is, like, it's hard for me to go back to normal keybinds after an hour or so of them being all messed up. It's been an experience. Yo, Optimum, you want to give me my, my upload, please? Optimum. Thank you. Some words of wisdom from Quack. Ready? If you ever feel like you're not good at something, or you're failing, keep in mind, you are better than Optimum.
Space!
At anything you choose to do.
I'm on.
Map jump to 2. Huh. I like it.
Fire! But not literally.
That's so awkward. You're the first one to use the number keys, Control. That's so awkward. I now have to use my ring finger, and then I have to use my pointer finger to ground slam. So awkward. Getting 2 to mantle. Yeah, I need more up-to-date grenades. How many golden keys do I have left? I still have 2. I think I'll save those for next time I increase my mayhem. Great to be back, great to have you. What I'm gonna do here, actually, is get rid of that. We're gonna redeem one of these. Didn't roll anything useful, but
Wanna think twice next time? Big mistake. Ambulance for you. Ambulance for you. Everybody gets.
'cause I want to ensure I get a Mesmer. Or at least really improve my odds of getting a Mesmer. Now, no, it doesn't increase dedicated drop rates, but it increases world drops, and DLC 6 gear, most of it anyway, can world drop in DLC 6. All of it but the class mods.
Damn! You look good, same boy.
Open up!
No drop. Damn it. That's something I was afraid of. Oh well. Gotta make do. So, no Mesmer. I mean, unless I get it in the next mission. It's still possible for me to get a Mesmer world drop in the third mission. And then I can do the fourth mission up to the Seer and then just not do the Seer. But I still have some chances. Yeah, the farming restrictions really change how this whole thing works. One of the things that keeps Land's playthrough so easy is people just being able to go get whatever item will get them through a particular situation. Having to adapt to not having those items, I feel, makes it a lot more interesting. Can't send me to jail? Nope. Jail. That was the funniest shit. I can't get over that. I haven't looked at that in a while. Let me see that. I don't know why it was so funny. Just you so that's a screenshot from, you know, the cat game Stray? We were just I was streaming that and we just walked to a new area and it just says jail. Just giant just jail on the screen. Something about it was so fucking funny. I don't know, man. I'm easily pleased. It was funny. Jail. That hex is very out leveled. We can get rid of that for inventory space. I haven't used that Revengeator yet. We'll see if I find a use for it. My only crime was making man water. Is that so bad? Yes. Haven't died at all yet today. I'm proud of, considering some of the choices made by you guys. Hey, Vault Hunter.
Have we got an opportunity for you? You don't want to miss it.
SA 150 Nagata. Ooh, action skill start. Fastball. I mean, I could do that with Mantis. This is probably gonna go real hard though. I'm excited to use that. I have pocket full of nades. I don't really need. Still start, I guess. Epicenter is good, but I can't be trusted using that item. We have that Watson. I can do action skill start Watson stuff. That's a haha funny. How much is it for the next one? 2.1 mil. Ugh. Favorite grenade. It's a really solid one. Very good choice. New area. Whatever this is. Jail. This place looks kind of old and cool. Jail. Hey Goliath. Surviving? Surviving. No deaths yet today.
Busy? If not, please come.
Figuring out what we do next. Definitely not Hemo. We're level 48. Oh, that's photo mode. That's not the right button. DLC 1 is still locked progress-wise. I do want a CN dead. We're close to a level. We're gonna go mob in the spend Opticon a little bit. Not killing unique enemies. We're gonna mob in the spend Opticon. Where's the most enemies? Probably over here, right? Wheat peanut butter now? Sounds good. I can go for a peanut butter bagel. Remember the very first night of the director's cut, everyone said the one Ava scene in the barrel should win the game. I don't know why, it's just in my brain. I mean, it's a common take. Even the writers of the game themselves said they wish it had made it in. Sometimes stuff don't make it in. Doesn't change the fact that everyone's problems with Ava are actually problems with Lilith and they're projecting. Elementalist with grenade damage. Ooh, anointed black hole. We want that. We want that. We want that. We want that. We want that.
That'll make you feel right as rain, wherever that is.
Ah, there's my fellow artiste of chaos and flame.
I'm just amused how much focus Borderlands gets on the story. Yeah, yeah. No other looter gets held to that standard. Even Destiny, which presents itself as with plot as a selling point, doesn't get held to the same story standard. It's weird. Like Destiny markets itself on plot expansions, doesn't get held to account for plot choices. Borderlands markets itself on gun variety, gets judged on plot. Very interesting. Got that to sell. Space, never mind. Borderlands characters live in a traumatic universe with life expectancy of like 22, if you're lucky, yeah. Okay, I don't know hot drop on. I don't need to ground stuff. We're trying to force a world drop CN dead right now. That's what we're doing. Hey, Brett. How am I today? I am great. How are you? I was fine because people liked her playstyle and her character. Some people think they like her character, even though she doesn't have a personality.
Did that one have a bounty? No. You sure? Get the new guy.
Good to hear things. Glad to hear.
Idiots. Didn't anyone teach you how to fight?
And Snark as a personality, which is fine if you're like 15. Did she have Snark though? That's like saying a Marvel Cinematic Universe character snarking gives them personality. Just everyone does it. If it's a trait everyone has, is it a personality trait? Sum up Destiny 2 story in a short few sentences, it won't make sense. Watch. Okay. I'm ready. Okay, we got CN Red back. So this skill tree configuration is actually a good time for me to talk about Zane just and how level cap increases work out. We're level 49 and we already have all the skill points we need. We don't actually really super need anything else. Like, sure, double barrel is going to be a little more damage for clone. Yeah. Trick of the Light's going to be some damage for us versus things clone is tanking. But like, we don't get any more benefit out of blue tree investment until we go down to either good misfortune or death follows close. And we don't get anything out of purple tree except a little bit of healing from renegade, and then we get some cooldown from commitment. We don't have cooldown problems. And then the crit damage would be good if we're using mantis or sparkplug, but we're using neither right now. And then after that, the next benefit doesn't come until sheer will, which is, you know, cooldown, but we don't really need much cooldown right now. Eraser is good on the clone, but it's 20 points away. And we can't equip guns, so we don't get Arm and Flint. At level 49, Zane has all the skill points he needs. Yet, there's people who legit want level 80 in this game, and it's like, do you think that actually gives you more content? Because it doesn't. It just devalues the skill tree experience even further. Level cap increases are not good for these games. Now, there are some instances where some characters got some more options, yes, but looking at the game in its totality, you know, like how BL2 made each BL1 PC important, one of that for BL3, but Lilith talked to Lilith. I would have liked more time for the BL2 characters in BL3, in hindsight as well, rather than the BL1 characters. Like, Brick didn't need to be in Borderlands 3. We love Brick, he's exactly what you expect. There's nothing wrong with the character or anything, but like, his screen time could have been better distributed. I like Mordecai the most out of the B team, but if the price of getting Brick and Tina out of the game is also getting Mordecai out of the game, I'm fine with it. Oh, hi, Fish Slap. They know Tina? Yes. BL3 Tina is the least interesting version of the character, to the point where they replaced any complexity to the character. She showed emotion other than quirkiness exactly 2 times throughout Borderlands 2, by the way, plus DLC. Exactly twice. They replaced those 2 moments, one of which was already undercut by a butthole joke. They replaced those 2 moments with, hey, did you know I fuck now? She's an adult. That's it. That's the character. The whole thing. Like, you could have just repurposed this time for anyone else to do anything more interesting. Yeah, I maintain that Wonderland's Tina is the most thorough implementation of the character, which makes sense because it's a game for her. Where else can I mob? Can I mob over here? No, can't get in there yet. Impound Deluxe, I guess? What if we need to blow up an arbitrary door? To have literally anyone else do it. Traveler is this old god that blesses things and leaves them for dead because it cares about self-preservation. The witness got ditched by the Traveler and used the Veil, which is some weird tree device that harnesses the darkness as the opposite of the Traveler. Witness want to kill the god with self-preservation priorities by using the evil darkness, which isn't evil, as light and dark are both aspects of life, but the witness is bad because we want to stop God from trolling people. Seems like the witness is the good guy. I have not played Destiny since Destiny 1 release month, so. What will we do without the 5-minute collect bomb stuff segment? I don't know. Just won't know what to do with myself. also have a soft spot for Tina just because I also love Ashley Birch and used to watch tons of Hey Ash, What's Your Plan? Yeah, Ashley Birch is fantastically talented and just enjoyable to experience and is never, ever the problem with any role. Always brings something good to the table. Any problems with characters of hers stem from the writer's room and not her.
Forget about it! Hop it off!
I just tried to jump and hit the wrong button. Emergency transformer use here, I think. The last stand.
Assassinated! On the house!
Oh, got this black hole. Infiltrator. Yeah, I'm changing my whole shit up because these enemies are doing way more than I expected. Any of these have an ASE? This one does. So I want Clone throwing that, he'll blow himself up. Okay, we ball. We ball. Why is Nightbot hating me? Why not? It's you. This shit don't make sense. Borderlands story should be held up to such a high standard. We can't look at the above and say D2 has a good story. I mean, I don't think you can look at a intentionally very simple plot synopsis to judge a story in its entirety. I don't think that's fair either.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, deadbeat.
These characters are impactful enough to make you care about us one way or another. I don't think many people can recall the name personality trait of 3 Destiny characters. Well, I'm inclined to agree with Priz here. Boom. Like, we had one guy do an exceptional, like, performance, industry-wide gold standard, and then everything else is just kind of there. I guess it's this one. Going the wrong way. I think Ashley Birch is the voice actor here most in games played. Borderlands series, Battleborn, Horizon games, Mortal Kombat, which is pretty cool. Yeah. All Twitter posts. What about Mr. Glenn? Huge idea. Oh yeah, I gotta show you the stuff I was cooking with last night. So, like, because Volcarona is pissing off singles players right now, I was like, hey, what if I ran it in doubles? And Volcarona in doubles is hilarious. Max bulk.
That one have a bounty?
252 HP, 252 defense, plus, defense nature. And, Rocky helmet, flame body. Urshifu goes to Surging Strikes it, and then takes half its HP and gets burned. Talk Diablo, Pokemon. Anything clicks Fake Out into Volcarona, it gets burned and chipped. Like, it's so good. Like, I absolutely see why Volcarona is gonna get banned in singles. It's broken. Tornadus Brambleghast. I like it. Yeah, Prankster, Tailwind, Windrider. You get Stab, Shadow Sneak. At +1. That's good damage. You could even, like, Power Herb Phantom Force. What does Ursaluna do to Bramble? A lot of them are running Crunch, so it clicks Crunch. But change of Volcarona decides the obvious part where you don't let it set up a Quiver Dance. Ursaluna, or not Ursaluna, excuse me, Urshifu. Urshifu Rapid Strike is in now. And it does not want to Surging Strikes into a Volcarona. Even if it kills it, it's most likely getting burned, and if you run Rocky Helmet, it's taking huge amounts of chip. Plus, it's a slow... A lot of the mons in right now are setup base. Hold, please. Oh, okay, yeah. Oh wait, let me change my my jump keybind back because it's been enough time. But Stealth Rock, singles players run boots. In doubles, I just run Rocky Helmet, but singles players run boots. Not getting to see in dead, chat. Make me sad. I'm back? Okay, Urshifu Rapid Strike. And then you have a bunch of Fake Out users as well. Sneasler and Rillaboom are very popular right now. Also, Terra Grass, Volcarona is good into so much of the meta right now.
Now entering the clone zone.
And because there's a bunch of slow stuff, like, there's a lot of Cresselias running around. They're just gonna try to set up or enable other things, and they don't do enough damage to kill Volcarona. You can just keep clicking Quiver Dance in front of a Cresselia. Even if they Trick Room, you don't have to care. Strength Sap heals based on target's attack stats, so that's Giga Healing. Yeah. It's a full heal if you're against, like, Ursaluna. Wonder if +1 Phantom Force Oko's Cresselia. I doubt it. It's super bulky. Like, Choice Band Hyperspace Fury from Hoopa does not Oko Cresselia. 2 shots. Forgot to mention, like, a couple hours after I got that M4 CMT, I got one at M10. Nice, Blue. Bramble also gets disabled. That's pretty cool. Run Bramble with, like, a Life Orb. Shadow Sneak. Disable. What does it get for grass moves? It's a spinner? Wow, that's really good.
That's a thing of beauty.
Seed bomb. Good enough. Scary dots. Auto aim. Not the world drop we're trying to force. Stable against any choice mons is good. Just normally use a mon that has not bad. Yeah, Screamtail is a popular disable user right now. You mostly see it from Screamtail and Sableye currently. Yo, seeing dead. It even rolled cooldown. 2 Donnybrook? That's good. That's good. That's real good. Cooldown is nice because if we're doing doppelbanger stuff, that's a good little chunk. Now, optimal is action skill damage. I think we're still going to hold out for that. That's still good. I'm going to keep mobbing through this area, though. With taunt on Tornadus. Yeah, having a prankster taunt is nice, but like yeah, I guess there's no reason not to run taunt on Tornadus. Like, it really does shut down a lot of stuff. There's so many Chrysalias that are gonna try to click Trick Room and Lunar Blessing that having taunt into it is just really good. Because they never run Mental Herb. It's weird. I started using that Flutter set that I showed you because just counter Trick Room on Flutter Maid lets you play so many mind games. Wow, that's a green monster. Hang on, hang on. We're killing this guy so you can see this crazy class one. Other team dead. That one kind of sucks though. Like, Sash on Flutter, and then you run Gleam, Protect, Trick Room, and Prison. Flash, Pistol, Jacob's Crit. That's a hell of a green monster. Like, even if you can't imprison the Trick Room, you can just counter Trick Room. Like, if you know they're gonna click it, and you don't think you can get away with imprison, you just click Trick Room too. You've got a Sash. And remove weapons out of the equation, slow full backpack. Honestly, Reckless, it means I need more stuff in my bag because I need to cover more scenarios. Like, earlier in this mobbing that we're doing right now, I did have to switch to my low-level Transformer, grenade myself with my low-level Hunter Seeker, and equip my Last Stand artifact. Just so I would have time to switch to more useful things. Or you talk about a Mo's comp? Sorry, 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 sorry. Sir, can you jump down? This is actually really... Wait, you hear that. Okay. Build is this? Warloader. Fan of Torment, sad they deleted its entire learn set almost. Yeah, there's some moves they don't want running around. There's some that could be really interesting, like them getting rid of Snatch as well. That's such a cool move. Oh, hey, this works now. That wasn't appearing before. So I can progress. Neat. This panel wasn't opening. That was worth the time. You did the keyboard showed on screen. Yeah, I'm a fan of that as well. Glory days are legit playthrough Coliseum several times. Teach my mons Mimic. Just get him a champ with no guard and fissure. There's some interesting no guard stuff people are doing during like Series 2 for Scarlet and Violet competitive, where they're running Metacham, Metacham and Lycanroc on a Dondozo team. So they would swap no guard from Lycanroc onto Metacham, then bring in Dozo, swap it onto Dozo, and then start clicking Fissure. Smooth to play on mouse and keyboard? In my opinion, yes. And it's going to vary person to person. Some people are more comfy on controller. Okay, I can go to the market district now. Cool. I compulsively check those. Toilet water is good for your health. Doctors hit this one neat trick. Tell me more. You get a lot of speed with this infiltrator too. How many points is it giving us in the movement stuff? Yeah, 3 supersonic man, 2 violent speed. That is some zip. I think it helped me swap from controller to mouse keyboard, just having a mouth, a few extra buttons allowed me to keep controller, like, work balance between hands. I never learned to use the kind of mouse that has, like, the full numpad. It was always just more than I felt like I needed. But I do like having 2 additional mouse buttons on my, setup. Scary. You can see Zane has no innate melee damage. Why'd you die? Run away, run away, run away. No! No, that's actually death. Alright, yeah, I'll take it. Cause of death, a more than okay boomer grenade. Like, actually. That is what hit me. How do I spell this out? Modifier. By boomers. Yeah, that's, I could have played better. I'm playing very aggressively, and the greed of having a Schluter on there, when I could have had a Last Stand or a Ground Slam artifact. That was greed. Go back to the... We'll use the Firestone, because that splash damage should help out quite a bit. G502 gang, prison, tenor. Don't think I could go back to a mouse with that M4 and M5. I don't understand anyone could use the ones that have like a whole num on the side. Yeah, I have M4 and 5. 3 on the side and 2 next to M1. Yeah, that's not that bad. I could use that. It's full numpads for MMO or turn-based stuff. I can see the benefits. For shooter mystifies me. I think the people who use them for other things are just used to using them for like turn-based and MMOs. At least that's my conjecture. And the death wasn't even worth it. We didn't get anything good. This Epicenter will kill me. I'm not picking it up because I do not trust myself.
I'm gonna get no run.
It's time for a fight.
Dead? It's dead!
Ferocity is my middle name. Then ferocity.
I'm on fire. I'm a businessman.
Damn skin!
Faster, stronger, even more.
Hold my mouse too far back. Thumb buttons on the mouse aren't comfortable for me because I have to move my hand in weird position to use them. Oh, you, in terms of your hand position? I get it, that makes sense. Yeah, I have a large palm, so I just kind of wrap my whole hand around the mouse. So the mouse buttons are just in a good position for me. I use like the very back of my thumb to hit one of them, and it rests on the other one. Libius.
Sayonara, baby.
Grab your whole bonk to the shadow dimension. These are average size, but I sort of hold the mouse to my fingertips and thumb. Palm doesn't actually touch it. Yeah, I can visualize that. Level 50. We hit level cap, right? That's it? No more? Definitely go Trick of the Light here. That bonus element will be really good now that we're doing black hole stuff. Void Rift is still very much an upgrade here. Especially for if we get an action skill start one and roll Executor. Like, this is still a good place to be. Using Infiltrator to trigger it.
You're so screwed.
Enter Trash Chute. Have we done the prep work before entering the Trash Chute? See new Spider-Verse in 2 hours, so streaming will bonk you. I plan on stopping at 4, so that's in 2 hours. Plan on raiding Docker Chick when she goes live. Although she said 4, so maybe she means 3. No, East Coast. What for? Yeah, no, I was thinking out loud. No, you're good. Almost level 50 in Minecraft. Haven't used an enchanting table or died yet. I'm not enough of a Minecrafter to understand, but it sounds impressive. But on topic. Wow, he's becoming a comedian. You don't have to do me like that. Holy shit.
Look at your busted ass face!
Hey, I stopped stream the time I wanted to, to go watch Summer Games Fest.
Ding ding ding! We have
I'm capable of it.
the aeroplane!
Go get your shot!
Oh. Barrel. I don't like barrels. They're coarse and irritating. They get everywhere.
Still got it.
The trash, man. I change modifiers now that I'm not running grenades. That would be safer so I don't die to that again, honestly. Gotta go get food and stuff, enjoy the stream. Thanks for hanging out, Viper. Thank you again for the resub. Why is there no trash in the dumpsters? What do you mean? Look, chat, look, chat. It's Twitter. Now he's a comedian. An original joke. No one has ever made that joke before. I own it.
Stop for a bushel of monkey gits.
The compactor. Making good progress. I'm starting to get hungry. I don't have food though. What do I eat? I'm about to run into the butt stallion buff too. I should probably go re-up that. Free trick of the light splash radius. That's heat. Hang on. Excuse me. What can I get rid of here? That. Stop talking about how hot the fucking characters are. I'm trying to watch the movie. And I haven't seen it yet.
Guess I'll give it a whack.
Neither have I. Okay, I haven't seen it yet, and I've only watched the trailer one time. And I purposely didn't pay full attention, so I don't want to know. I don't want to know anything. Fortnite had a collab. I didn't play Fortnite. I have so much movement speed that I still move pretty fast when I'm down. It's a very aggressive playstyle. This is going to get me killed at some point, but it's really fun. Plan on seeing the movie when I find the time. Could be tomorrow. Could be a week from now. When I have the time. Watch it at home with a bottle of lotion. I mean, at some point, yes, but I will see it in theaters first. No one saw that. No one saw that. Oh boy. Not playing Redux? Correct. This is not Redux. Look at the bottle of lotion when you see it in theaters? Maybe.
Hey, Reaper. I'm coming for you, you bastard.
Redux could go well, BL3 eventually not need it. So BL3 Redux is not... It's not my taste because it changes too much of the game. It doesn't... Like, the goal of BL3 Redux in terms of how it feels, it doesn't feel like BL3 anymore. One of the reasons I like Wonderlands Redux is because it still feels like Wonderlands. Now, whether you like that or not will depend on what you like. Like, if you want BL3 to not feel like BL3, then yeah. But if you prefer how the game itself feels, then it's less likely to be for you. least in my own experience. That Trick of the Light bonus element came in clutch. That combined with Brain Freeze on the clone, we froze that loader. That was sick. Max level BL3, 72. Bottles is +1. Theaters are packed. That's a good point. That's a good point. I don't like being in packed theaters. Maddening tracker. To be honest, I kind of like the story of BL3. I wouldn't go as far to say that I liked it, but like I don't dislike it. I'm not actively pulled out of it except for a couple points, and I think that saying it's a huge departure in quality from previous games is just disingenuous, because that's implying that any Borderlands game has had a good story. BL1 is done through entirely atmospheric storytelling. I think it would have been received a lot more favorably story-wise if it had come out after Dark Souls and not before, because FromSoft further popularized the whole, hey, all of your lore comes from text thing. But then BL2 is an aggressively mediocre story with nothing interesting about it and no interesting characters, except the voice actor who plays the primary villain put on like the best performance in gaming history.
Double it up!
Well, Borderlands story, to be honest, because I vibed hard with DLC reveal too. I hated that DLC. Gameplay-wise, narratively it was fine, you know, and atmospherically it was great. Thematically it was great. So that worked well for me. Wonderlands being that DLC but with good gameplay is definitely a good selling point. And yeah, Wonderland's playthroughs are enjoyable to me. I think that's some of their better writing they've done. And also the pacing of the story from a gameplay perspective is much tighter than BL3's. Hey, Super. Fucking barrels, man. All the kings were cringe. Hated that boss fight. All the bosses in that DLC sucked. The Circle of Slaughter in that DLC sucked. The itemization introduced massive problems to the balance of the game, i.e. grog nozzle. And the regular enemies also suck. Dragon Keep DLC has trash gameplay. Like Mimics? Mimics are cool. couple times. Yeah, there's nothing inherently problematic about mimics. I think they're just kind of fine, yeah. Dragons are one of the cooler raid bosses, but them beat at my 1 and 2 spot. I mean, if dragons worked, sure. To call them buggy would be kind.
Got any more for the meat grinder? Cannon dry!
Wait, the modifier just healed the boss. Oh no, I forgot that can do that. That's a problem.
And the world quaked in terror.
A lot of grenades here. I should probably throw some grenades. Oh, we got level up bonus. We're good. We're chilling.
Trigger.
Show a doppelbanger. Close to finish. There we go. Easy. Lucky 7. A little detail that I don't know is ever useful. You can grenade jump off of the more than okay boomer grenades. Like, I just did it there, and that's what reminded me. It's something that's so specific that, like, you're never going to have one where you need it to grenade jump, but it's something you can do. Still a good gun? Yes. Lucky 7, when built around and with lots of patience, is one of very few guns that is competitive in endgame speedrunning. Guns as an archetype are not really competitive with other stuff at peak BL3 build status, but Lucky 7 is one of the very few exceptions. And it's always been that powerful. Get more Trick of the Light. Like, one of the reasons non-gun is a fun showcase for me is it's putting my money where my mouth is. Like, BL3 is not a gun game. Even if you're a Zane, it's only a gun game if you really want it to be.
We need to up the ante.
And there's lots of metrics where guns are not the biggest damage available, or the fastest clear rate
Did
available.
anyone teach you how to fight?
I'm both happy and sad they locked it behind such RNG. I think it's a good thing. The sad part kicks in for me with people, like, downplaying the gun
Choke on it.
because they're just not willing to try. But, like, that's a fan base issue, not a game design issue. It's good for something that monstrously powerful to have such a high threshold of investment. That is good game design.
the hell do you reload this thing?
Borderlands is a fan base issue. You're not wrong. Thing is, every time we see it used, really high probability its entry was skipped. I mean, yeah, but that's because, look, on top of the entry, you still have to sustain it, right? That's the thing. Even if you, that's why the mod is allowed for time trials, because even if you don't have to deal with the RNG of getting the rolls, well, sustaining it is the part that becomes difficult.
Question. Do you
And because we allow the mod, we don't allow any reloading of the Lucky 7 time trials. So it's got a sufficient trade-off. Like, in theory, technically, you could get ridiculously lucky and just continue to get the rolls on every reload, but that doesn't happen. So there's a rocket launcher guy who spawns here who killed me on the Amara playthrough. I gotta watch out for him. Trade-off still existing in all four. I just think the correct rule is 1 in 30 or something versus the 1 in a few hundreds. Practically nothing changes for its ideal use case. Would have a place more casually around consoles. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. For anyone who doesn't know what we're talking about, Lucky 7 is a gun that gets... Its mechanic is that when you reload it, you have a chance of getting various bonus features for the gun for your next magazine. These include getting 7 projectiles instead of 1, it dealing splash damage, it auto-critting, it becoming full auto, it converting into fire shock or corrosive damage. All of those things. And a times 7 Lucky 7 auto-critting with splash roll is one of the strongest things in the entire game. But it only lasts for that next magazine, and you are very unlikely to get all of those things at once. So what happens is usually if people are using it, they either... There's a mod that just gives you the best rolls every time. We have rules to mitigate that use. Or you have to sit there clicking reload and checking your modifiers for a few minutes before every run, and if you reload, they're gone.
It's possible you picked the wrong battle.
So close to getting world record for Amara Tremalon with Pestilence setup. Literally had an exactly 4-minute run. I might need the projector, static charge, get the tower bubble with the fish. Yeah, it's one of those things I know I could reclaim record in that category. It's just, you know, Mallow on RNG. You know how that is. Double bridge, boxes, spawns, bad jump so you can't get the tower bubble, Valkyrie's bugs, all that. I just never had the interest. Did you make any changes to it from how I run it, Super? You know, if you binge all of One Piece right now, it should take you over 17 days. That's a great reason to not get into One Piece. Thank you. Sometimes consider getting into One Piece, and then someone says something like that, and I'm like, nah, I'm good. And freeze guns, yeah. Good call, Pericles. Enemies just having cryo. A lot of filler. In what anime doesn't have a lot of filler? What long-running anime like that, I should say, doesn't have a lot of filler?
Spit off! I'm going for you. Everybody.
Not a problem. Okay, I can kill you. Maybe. Not if you run away. Oh, and then you came back. You changed your mind. Cool. Well, I'm still dead, I think. Maybe. Maybe. The Ellie Stone mattered. The Ellie Stone prefix on this artifact I'm only using for the splash damage mattered.
Parents should be ashamed of you. They're good looking.
One Piece is less than 5% filler. Naruto is like 20%. I'm pretty sure Naruto is more than 20% filler. It's a lot. And like distribution of that filler matters. For example, Bleach and Naruto are notorious for putting filler at just the worst points you could possibly put it, pacing wise. Like they'll take a break in the middle of an arc with no warning for no reason to do a filler arc. Then they'll do a filler arc inside of that filler arc. And then they'll go back and do 2 episodes of filler, but that is recap because everyone forgot what was happening. So you're running Shock as actual element and no Terra. I've done Kuros for actual element. Still had Terra and wasn't MP5 and said use Kick Charger for double dock. So yeah, Kick Charger allows you to not use Shock. I was using Shock so that I could use the Face Puncher for Valk Skip. But yeah, that makes sense. Corrosive is a better element to run, and that'll also ensure you get more consistent tower bubble if you're going for that. Makes sense. Logical. You like Chainsaw Man? Everyone loves that, and it's 25% filler. Except the filler they do is just good. It's possible to do good filler. Some of the most iconic scenes in the Dragon Ball Z anime are filler. Example, Super Saiyan 2 Goku versus Majin Vegeta is filler. You see like 2 panels in the manga. That whole fight is filler. Super Saiyan 2 Goku versus Kid Buu is also filler. That doesn't happen in the manga. He just goes straight to 3. Those are like 2 of the most talked about examples of good fight choreography and good animation, especially for 90s, early 2000s anime. And it's filler. large parts of most of the major fights in Chainsaw Man, the anime, are filler. Pupty, how are you? %5 filler on 1,000 episodes, pretty similar to 20% filler on 200 episodes. Well, Naruto isn't 200 episodes though. Like, Shippuden is what, 700? It's like 20% of 700. Like, part 1 is like 40% filler of 300 episodes. So if you average 1,000 total episodes across 2 series, I mean, you could even include Boruto if you're going really disingenuous with filler distribution. But the problem with Naruto filler is most of it's not good. Some of it is.
Step 1. Get a grip.
Hey Sora, how are you?
Guess I'll give it a whack.
Filler ain't bad. Filler arcs are, for the most part, some are good. Yeah. I think people say One Piece bad, they just don't give it a chance because they don't have the time. I would say of, like, the big 3, I've always been the least interested in One Piece, but I have never given it a chance.
That attractive bastard right there.
So I don't think I'm qualified to have an opinion on it other than the length from the outside in. Got a haircut? Nice.
Bypass security. Now, once we kill power to the turret.
Fucking love this track. It's really good. For people who say it's really long, not heard many completely dunk it. Yeah, I don't think I've heard many people dunk it either, but I have definitely seen that. At least once or twice.
Here. That wasn't so hard now, was it?
I could use the XP from doing that up there. Fuck it.
You smell that, Vault Hunter? That's the smell of Torque's pomegranate flavored bomb sauce.
Pomegranate, I love that.
Victory and tastes like f***ing explosions. Blow that bottle up and don't touch your
How do I
eyes
get
for
up
a few
there?
weeks.
For a few weeks. Yes, Mr. Torg. Length from the outside in. Listen, sir. I knew exactly what I was saying. Oh. That's tragic. I was afraid of blowing myself up, so I moved early. I shouldn't be afraid. Just clone. Stable ground, spawn clone. There are no stable ground to spawn clone. Okay, I guess not. Well, if I die, I die.
Woo, all right. That's one less bottle
Scary.
of bomb sauce we can get sued for.
3, 1, 2. Christopher the Biscuit. How you doing, vibes? shoot force field, huh? Well, I don't think I can do that. I can punch it.
But there's a problem. We need to get into the core to shut off the power to the turret so Ember...
Max trick of the light. So next level, I could go more supersonic man for more movement speed, but I really don't think I need that. I'm gonna go like a ghost. Maybe completing the DLC will get us that level. And we still have Jack's secret to go through, actually.
There is no more vulgar display of materialism than the acceptance of fashion. Such threads are the loops by which society hangs. You must be the thinker on the scale and restore balance. Eliminate these vain villains of greed, that our community may thrive in peace.
Prefer if BL3 went to 80 or 72 sweet spot in your opinion. 72 is too much already.
Now, I don't show this merch to just everybody. Bullets and bombs.
60? 60's fine. Depending on character, each of them had a point where they kind of stopped getting anything really super valuable. Now, there's always exceptions to that, but like, character health as a whole, if you average the experiences across all four, skill trees got more unhealthy. Because Zane stopped getting anything that matters at like level 53. So my dude got almost 20 levels of skill points he doesn't need. And yeah, Priz is kind of referencing how the value in some of those skill trees is uneven. Like, I have 2 Praemunitus because synchronicity, even if I was using guns, would be less valuable than giving my clone a negligible amount of mag size. I have to wait for their dialogue to play out. Hi, Ember. You look good. I say that every time.
Four out of 5 doctors wish they got this.
Something you'll hear people say as more casual build crafters. That's not a dig, that's not an insult, it's just classification. Something people will say is that more skill points is more builds. It isn't. Small amounts can be up until a certain point, but if you do too many, you start having less build rather than more. And BL2, TPS, both experienced hitting the point of having too many and going past it. And BL3 got there over time as well, to a lesser extent than BL2, I'll say. But it still did it. Started in 7.2 is out already, so didn't experience the early death cycle. So, think about the number of skill points you have at level 50. We're level 52 now, so we have 2 more than that. But, the number of skill points you have is your level -2. So we have 50 skill points right now. Let's knock that down to 48 for explanation's sake. 48 skill points means you cannot cap 2 trees, meaning your capstones were extremely valuable. Like, you had to choose which one was most impactful for your build. Like, getting double barrel was a big investment thing because it meant you couldn't get Death Follows Close. That's a big deal at the time. As soon as we got to level 53, Zane could get both. So every Zane build of value at that point, because this was when Seeing Dead was out as well, was cap red and blue. That's it. Zane build diversity died with the first level cap increase. Because green tree is simply not competitive with those other trees. other characters continue to get more builds and more combinations and could do more well-rounded things as those numbers went up. In particular, it was hyped to see Flak get access to double capstone because that enabled a lot more power for non-gun things. And Mo's bear setups got increasingly powerful. People got more and more willing to not fall into the trap of capping out green tree because they got access to other trees in combination with green and saw how powerful they were and like, hang on, what if we dropped green?
The rest of you get to see
And
this
that
all
was
the
a good
time.
point there. Amara and Flak benefited the most from level cap increases as a whole. But if you look at Zane, he very quickly stopped getting anything healthy, and Mo's got to the point where he has too many as well. Melee Flak viable? Wasn't when it was the start of the game. It certainly was. Remember, people don't have any idea what they're doing at the start of game cycles, Jacqueline. And how do you define melee? Because a Flak that deals melee damage, well, that's Rackstab, a build I created that became the meta for Flak endgame speedrunning, period. It is the gold standard. And that's a Flak build that deals melee damage. Now, it doesn't punch things, but it deals melee damage. Like with pure melee, it's something you can do. It's just BL3 isn't particularly friendly to that, but you can do it, yes. It's something you've always been able to do. It's not better than other things. Bear was more interesting at lower levels, getting railguns meant sacrifices. Yeah, now the only significant trade-off Moze still has to make is whether or not she's getting corrosive sabo rounds, because they're deep in red tree. And going deep red means you can't be both deep purple and deep blue, or you can't be deep purple, blue, and green. Like, having Specialist Bear and Sabo means you're choosing between blue and purple. So that's the only meaningful choice left on Moze. Zane doesn't have any meaningful choices to make. And Amara and Flak are still somewhat healthy because Flak's purple tree is so shit that getting extra skill points means you are less penalized for speccing purple tree. And then with Amara, all 4 of her trees are good, so she just has a healthy mix. Punchbot is another Flak build that does melee damage. Yeah, Punchbot and Rackstab are 2 flavors of not punching things that deal melee damage and brutalize the game. Bear builds get short fused now, it says it all. Blue has no value past tier 3 for bear builds and blue. Yeah, that's true. Optimum. Optimum, give me my upload. Optimum, I would like my upload, please. I know, we're still here. We're still here. Sorry for the pixels. Is there any viability to Flak Purple Tree? So, if you are going to do Flak pet stuff in Injustice, Purple Tree is still an improvement. But, like, the thing is, even with that, Flak pets are so hopelessly inefficient, buggy, and outclassed by anything any character can do. It can still kill things, it just does worse than every other setup. And Boom there is the resident Flak pet expert. Probably the most well-versed person, well, not probably, definitely the most well-versed person in Flak pet mechanics who exists. Just, that's his thing. That's his specialty. And he agrees, like, you can be viable, but with massive difficulty, playing around caveats that shouldn't exist, and massively less efficient than anything else. Like, Pet Flak clears slower than Gunless Flak. I'll tell you straight up. That true melee setup that Jacqueline's wanting to do would probably clear more effectively as long as it's able to hit enemies than a Flak Pet build would. It's not worth it. It's OP for bus fights. Bus fights. Yes. With 4 skill trees, you think it's okay to have 2 capstones? Yes. That's why the number I gave that I'm okay with was 53 in the context of Zane. Because him getting 2 capstones is fine with 4 trees. Even if one of the trees is shit. No guns? No guns. You know the train fight is a bus fight? That's true. Yeah, the plan for this schoolboy bit is to do all content, including endgame, at Mayhem 10. I've done this challenge run on both Flak and Amara successfully. We're doing it on Zane now, because Borderlands 3 is not a gun game. Even on the character who it's suggested that his entire identity is gun, Borderlands 3 is not a gun game. And this is also doing a good job of showcasing that Zane is just failure-proof. You cannot go wrong on Zane. It isn't possible. He has enough skill points as well, tying this into the skill tree and surplus of skill point discussion, that, like, even if you blunder and max out Green Tree, like you max out every skill in Green Tree, you still have enough points left over to put in the other trees to be powerful. It is impossible to blunder on Zane. Most annoying fight with this build. Hemovorus is gonna be complex depending on how wetty I get with my gear selection. If I don't allow myself certain things, Hemovorus will be dicey. Mostly because her hitboxes are fucked, not because of actual difficulty. I want to be clear on that. Guns out of the game. How you doing, Envoy? There's some secret in this area and I forgot where it is and I no longer care. Modern Warfare 2 and BO3 are the same game. I might elaborate. Go on. Buses chained together, easy math. Yeah, 2 buses chained together, or like a group of buses, is called a bussy. Nope. Almost ran off a cliff. Freddy has the exaggerated swagger of a 90s surfer, dude. Good reference. Or mod you recommend if I want something different from BO3, like a slower endgame? I'm not sure what you mean by slower. There's a few overall mods out there that can give you different experiences. Redux is an option if you really want to change as much of the game as possible. Balands keeps it in the spirit of BL3 while trying to have everything kind of squished closer together power-wise. I don't really play with overall mods because I like BL3 balance. Well, you know, not entirely, but I prefer vanilla, I should say.
Be distracting, will ya?
So to turn a group of buses into a train, you're saying you need to run a train on a bus? Yes, that is accurate. Both of the community saying the story is shit, and both are just kind of realistic, not always comical. Gameplay is phenomenal. I would call Borderlands realistic. Despite the proclaimed shit story, you can literally use anything in both games. Lazy literally one-shotting Reaver with no action skills proof of that. Because these things, a bunch of people proclaim BO3 and Modern Warfare 2 or shit. I guess. Yeah, that's common ground. Wouldn't say they're the same games because of that, but definitely
Guess I'll give
common
it a whack.
ground. The perk points, I figured. But, I mean, you can do it with no action skills as well. You can do it with no action skills and no skill points. On character.
That wasn't so hard now, was it? Oh, let's have it.
Same gameplay, very much repeat a certain community sentiment. And I think a community you don't want to be put in a Venn diagram with is the Call of Duty community. I think that's maybe a red flag, you know?
Ancient 50 speed, Quagsire, Quagsire, Quag, Chad, Quagsire.
Mr. Ron, thank you for the 34 months with the 34 streak. I appreciate you immensely. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I would do 34 thank yous, but I can't count that high. How are you?
Shooter spent.
Duct tape mod self-damage and vulnerability include things like AC-50? No, it doesn't. So if you're using bonus elements, you have to make sure that, well, it does, but it doesn't include the dots. So you have to make sure you're using bonus elements that do not inflict a status effect on you. So that basically means you're locked to, if you're using a red suit, you can have ASC 50 rad and cryo. If you are not using a red suit, you can only have ASC 50 cryo, and then you have to use a different element, or you have to use a different anoint in another slot. Also means, you know, next two mags can be dangerous. You rad, of course. Yeah, I saw that whole thing, Honey Bunny, and a lot of people don't seem to understand or care that, like, a blatant dog whistle from that dude I don't know if his fans are actually stupid or just think they're smarter than everyone and think that people don't know what a fucking dog whistle looks like.
It's the real thing!
For context, a Call of Duty creator who had a partnership of sorts with, you know, Call of Duty. He had an item in game you could buy to support him. Well, they removed that after he made a tweet in response to people protesting for LGBT plus rights being, you know, attacked. And his input was to spread the common talking point that members of the LGBTQ community are, you know, targeting children. That's the talking point. And his choice was to echo that. And then when given a chance to respond, he doubled down and then tripled down. So they removed shit. As any business partner would do when you damage your public standing. Not cancel culture, it's making money. Also, simple accountability. You do something shitty, okay, you reap the consequences. It's that easy. For anyone who doesn't understand how the idea of the existence of queer people being harmful to kids and shouldn't be talked about, like, if you don't understand that that is a bigoted take, then introspection is necessary. Because the assertion is simply that gay people saying they exist is harmful to kids. And that is homophobic. Full stop.
I call this a successful operation. Let's have us a Donnybrook then.
And the extra layer of the dog whistle comes in when you consider that his tweet was responding to actual violence. Now, it doesn't seem like too much of a harmless thing to respond to something that involves violence by demonizing or dehumanizing a group of people. Kinda seems like that's designed to incite more violence. That's why it's a dog whistle. Saying as much of a shitty thing as you can possibly say while maintaining what a stupid person would think is plausible deniability to keep their good public standing. But only a stupid person doesn't see that being a dog whistle. At least after having this conversation. Some people just don't think that hard about it, and that's understandable. Think to do a radiation-based build with cryo as secondary element. I know it won't really be optimal, just want to have fun with rad. You can. You can. Thinking requires the brain. Thinking is stored in the balls. If you don't have balls, that's okay. You can still think. You have metaphysical balls. How you doing, Cheese? How'd rest of stream go? I decided to actually sleep a decent hour instead of all-nighter on that game. Good save. Rage is stored in the balls too, and again, also in the metaphysical balls. What should I saw in the comments how Dr. Disrespect deleted the game because of this injustice. Oh yeah, that guy. Yeah, that guy. Real example of morality and family values on that guy, huh? Mm-hmm. Sure. I got one unique and it's not interesting, too much effort to make work, otherwise good. How's this run been going? It's been going well. Chat's been fucking with my keybinds a lot. So that's why we have the input display on screen. They're normal right now because they're being kind to me. But at one point, so I had grenade and jump were swapped. Sprint and crouch were swapped. I wasn't allowed to move backwards. My movement keys were shifted 90 degrees to the right and then 90 degrees to the right again. Jump was put to a 2 at once, at one point. Thanks, Control. That was weird. But, this run's been going well. It's just kind of proven that Zane is failure-proof. Like, you have so many options and so many safety nets. And an abundance of skill points. You cannot fail on Zane. And, Borderlands 3 is not a gun game. Non-gun reigns supreme on every character. Even the gun guy. This old Zane when he was quote-unquote bad. Me too. Early Zane was much more interesting. Actual decision-based gameplay. Pros and cons. Meaningful choice-making in your skill tree as well. Like, early Zane was actually cool. You use guns and they do well, but non-guns go nuts. Such a shame Zane can't get out of Fight for Life. I know, it's so tragic. What would I do? We just said put in a tweet, I want to see the salt. You know full well that the people who would get mad at that don't listen to what I have to say. Well, I'm glad we have people like K6 who understands this stuff, and like when people go over there for validation on their stupid takes, he just shuts them down too. He's like, no, that's how it is. Based 6. I should spend my skill point, huh? I'm Zane. I don't really care. We get double barrel soon, which is more gun damage for clone. even if I don't give him a gun. When shopping, see you're still streaming? Yeah, I'm going for another hour is the plan. A lot of barrels in here. Don't love that. It wasn't supposed to blow up, but I have bonus elements. And it's a shame Zane can't get out of fight for life, huh, Rune? Bro, he's so bad. Yeah, honestly. Friend of mine cannot believe there's meta in Modern Warfare 2. There's not, because literally every gun is good. AR is popular because they have some high range. Same friend didn't believe me, said there's a meta BO3 blow code with 7 cents. There's a strong option BO3. I think there's a meta. Well, Lands players have never used the word meta correctly. Now, we can quantify a meta for like endgame speedrunning. There's absolutely trends in certain categories on certain characters. Like, I think it's pretty fair to say, for example, Nova spam is a meta option. Lucky 7 Anarchy are meta options. Because they have a large number of entries on the board in terms of category presence. They have some leading times. That's how you quantify meta. But you'll hear a lot of players be like, yeah, the Light Show is meta. No. Light Show is mediocre in its class compared to lots of stuff that came out both before and after it, and was balanced both before and after. And even pistols as a whole, if you're not named the Lucky 7, you are not competitive with stuff that is actually meta. Even if you narrow it down to just guns, it's not meta, yet it still gets called meta because people confuse popularity with meta. It's two different things. As a Modern Warfare 2 pro play, I have a gentleman's agreement to not use certain guns because they're too strong. I always love seeing stuff like that. Wholesome community moment. People just kind of being like, hey, yo, let's just have fun instead of doing that, huh? Can we just have fun? I'd say there's no meta, definitely different meta for different scenarios. There's definite meta for different scenarios, and a lot of strategies work for different situations. Warloader builds are meta by Reddit logic. Yeah, because you're capable of theoretically getting a really big number. 1 in 30 attempts. And you're effective for a total of 2 seconds at a time. So, meta. Like, yeah, that's not how that works. Fabricator. Do I need to prepare anything for this? I think I could just YOLO this. I'm a little worried about doing Nova spam. I kind of want to do Revolter Whispering Ice. Just to be safe, I'm going to Revolter Whispering Ice this shit. I'll use Infiltrator to break it and then switch to Executor. Splash here. I want grenade from here. I'll keep the Firestone in case I need to punch my way up.
expect you to die that fast. I thought clone would be alive for longer. Change of plants. Don't like how fast that happened. Back to Infiltrator. Yeah, we'll just black hole. I have them backwards, I need to swap the binds back, but... L5? No? It's unfortunate.
Family curse. Strike
Calculated? Sorry, I'm focusing right now. Fabricator, more HP than I thought, but my items are somewhat under-leveled. Grenades in particular. Didn't really account for that. There we go. There we go. Let me switch those back because I have the action skills on the wrong... Yo, we got an ion cannon. That's a 1 in 2 billion drop, chat. Run invalid. I didn't shoot. Ban Zan. Yeah, like people thinking pixie builds aren't strong in Wonderlands anymore since YouTubers stopped making copy-paste build videos about it. Exactly. Like Lucky 7 stopped getting talked about for a while, and it never stopped being oppressive. Partly a side effect that PvE isn't as punishing on slower kill times. BO3 in the context of Modern Warfare 2 would have a tiny meta. One-shots are often on the slower side of kill times. Yeah, with Call of Duty games, you're defining like half a bullet is a massive difference in time to kill. Half of a bullet, not even an incomplete, differently like paced kill. It matters. It's just different. Yeah. Sorry, Alex is fine for its level for early game to not need to be touched. I mean, it's not overpowered now, though. It's still fine for that stuff, and it's not useful after that. Star Helix isn't good in endgame. I thought you were just gonna shoot the pipe thing with the ion cannon. I was like, what is he doing? I didn't forget. I didn't forget. I'm just saying. I get what you're getting at, Honey Bunny, where, you know, a lot of items got buffed and now they mean the story. But this should prove that, like, that doesn't matter. That always happened anyway. Ooh, 4 borrowed time, 1 good misfortune. That's actually sick. Hang on. Like, you don't need items equipped to meme the story.
Yoo-hoo! I have needs. Please fill them.
Don't get shot too much now.
It's a Borderlands game. It's only difficult if you want it to be. This applies to all of them, even BL2. How many do I have? Not enough yet. After Jackpot, we should have enough for SDU, maybe. When we get a channel point redeemed for drop an inventory item, can be streamer's choice. That's toxic. It would have to be a lot of points. Maybe, though. Does it mean how it overshadows Dictator, perhaps? I mean, yeah, but Dictator also sucks in the story, even if Star Helix didn't exist. That's the thing. It wasn't Monarch or even Star Helix that killed the Dictator, even though they both fill its role better than it does and are available, you know, collectively for more than the Dictator is. You get Star Helix earlier, and then by the time you get to late game, Dictator is available, or excuse me, Monarch is available, and it's better. But, like, the thing is, remove those items from the game, the Dictator still sucks. Or adds a glitch, doesn't stop people from using it. Think BL2 is a glitch? No, not everything, but there's lots of things that are. There's some you use unintentionally, there's some you use very intentionally. Same is true in this game. For example, if you've ever used Phalanx Doctrine with a shield that has wall full effects, you have cheated. You have benefited from a glitch. Like, you can't prevent. Now, that's not me endorsing all the wonky shit people do on Salvador and then pat themselves on the back as if they accomplished anything. No, that's not me endorsing that at all. But and like Irish said, this track's so fucking good. Before I get up there. Well, I guess I'm not going up there. Does Phalanx do with wall full shields? Each time a stack of Phalanx Doctrine decays, so whenever you lose a stack, until the next time you take damage, you have an additional stack of whatever that wall full effect was. So this means Mose is the fastest character in Borderlands 3, unless you include respec glitches with Zane. Because you can just get a ton of Vagabond stacks. Triple Vagabond shield. One single stack wears off. You're getting the full benefit of that, which is a huge amount of movement speed. This is one of the reasons why Lucky 7 Moze is so fast in endgame speedrunning, by the way, because not only do you get all the benefits of using a Lucky 7 on Moze and having auto bear there, but you also, as long as you don't take damage, you get all of that additional movement speed if you're using a Vagabondsha. And if you're killing things with a Lucky 7 on spawn, they're not damaging you, so you're keeping that movement. Oh, my game was crashing for a second there. You level on Zane with certain skills, you're a cheater. Yeah. If you've ever respect while Supersonic Man is on, you've cheated. If you ever respect with topped off enabled, you've cheated. Like, there's some bugs you just benefit from accidentally. But there are some that are absolutely egregious, like, hey, you did that on purpose. And most of those, amusingly, are associated with Salvador. So it's funny, if we have this conversation that people like to about comparing character power across the IP, no, Salvador isn't the strongest by any metric. If you include glitches, he's still not. In fact, removal of glitches, like, Moze still exists. It's Moze. If you force me to go against everything I believe in as a theory crafter and quantify a strongest Vault Hunter without a specific scenario, it would be disingenuous for me to say anything except Moze. Pod without damage to make up for slow is bad. Yeah, that too. For a dictator. About a Moze and Salvador BL3? No. No. People say that. That is derogatory to most.
Trigger finger's getting tired over here.
The entire point of what I was saying is, like, Salvador is not a lens through which to view things, because Salvador wishes he was Moze. And I mean that in every metric. How gear dependent you are, how much one-shot damage you do, how much sustained damage you do, how tanky you are, how fast you move, how powerful you can be in comparison to other characters within your own game. Salvador has none of these things over Moze. And Moze has not only everything Salvador can do to break his game, but Moze also has things like build diversity. An action skill that gives her a different gameplay loop rather than more gun.
Can't be how you saw this going.
Done it. who's the hardest hitting non-BL3, non-Krieg character in the franchise, it's still Salvador. It's very much still Salvador. Damage reduction on that is nice, but it rolled no Donnybrook. That's sad. Only has one Donnybrook. Hey, Snowdrift. We didn't have one of those yet. Although, I'm Zane. Do I need a Snowdrift? Nah, I can use a Snowdrift to platform. I can use that Revenge Shader, let's be honest. Flush Melter, that's cool. They both like explosions. Every character likes explosions. You're telling me Krieg and Axton didn't benefit heavily from explosions? Telling me Gage and Maya never use anything explosive? Telling me on Zero you never use anything explosive either? You know, Love Thumper was very popular, for example. That has explosions. I know you're shitposting, but for the benefit of the conversation. So with the damage calcs, where does Mayhem Zero most stack up? Non-Minesweeper. Short Fuse is functionally unnerfable. Like, even if you remove Mayhem scaling, Short Fuse is still a double dip on a gunshot, which is not something other characters have in single target. Like, Mayhem Zero Short Fuse loses to Eraser, provided you're shooting a hitbox where you're able to hit the original target again with your projectile. But Eraser's the only thing that beats it. With Salvador because Moses short. You got me there. Can't argue that one. Did I get the Scoville? Did I autopilot and get it? Okay, no, I didn't. Crazy how dumb Iron Bear is. It's not even her strongest option. I was talking about this earlier, Rune. Iron Bear is low damage compared to other BL3 action skills. You know, not all of them, but if we were to categorize the BL3 direct damage dealing action skills, Iron Bear is not on the higher end. Basically every one of Amara's action skills outdoes it. Zane's action skills outdo it. The things enabled by Flack's action skills outdo it. It's good hex. New black hole? Nah. Guess I should rephrase. Aside from BL3, Krieg, or Sal with popular glitches like Pimp Hack and Crit Swap, who hits biggest number, I'm wondering about non-Salvador options. I mean, we're gonna have to go specific scenarios and leave stuff out still. I think that's something that should be discussed. But, like, you've got a few candidates there. Aurelia's probably in the running. Probably. So is Zero. I would guess one of them. Zero Bore, that's one of those things. You're not doing damage, you're shitting on a hitbox. It's like, eh. Because in a way, it's the same as Minesweeper, where you could have a level 1 item that does 1 damage and kill with it. That's not really the question.
for a barrier. Now entering the clone.
Shotgun armor isn't fantastic here. Probably be throwing grenades instead. Antagonist shield, yeah, the constant antagonist ricochet thing is a hard could max anarchy gauge hit with that sniper that ignored anarchy and accuracy. The hot mama, I don't know, it was a meme setup, but I enjoyed doing that so much. It was so fun. Got a level 80 gun. It was Fight for Sanctuary. Yeah. It was an effervescent sniper rifle. Or was it a legendary? It was a Fight for Sanctuary item. I don't remember what rarity it was, because BL2 rarities don't fucking matter. But it was a Fight for Sanctuary item.
That wasn't so hard now, was it? Deathbringer is also
It was effervescent? Cool. Attempted a hot drop here. Or people talk about BL2, completely different game to what I got to play on 360. A lot of changes over time. Also never explored how crazy short fuse can get because Moses' lead made us lazy. As I mentioned the other day, Breath of the Dying should short fuse, then it introduces triple dips. Yeah, short fuse on Breath of the Dying is... yeah. Like, you could have a bonus element. You could have multiple bonus elements on that short fuse, so min-maxing what to put there. Like a superior firepower cryo bonus element on there or some shit. On top of all the skagged in big surplus stuff. There's a lot of potential for absurdity. Of course, that enters into multi-target because Breath of the Dying requires multi-target. So that would be more of a, you know, we include Amara and Krieg's shenanigans in there as well type deal. But I get what you're saying as an example of one of the many things we never actually explored. Short fuse is so, I was going to say unquantifiably strong. It's quantifiably strong, but it is so strong that we never needed to push the upper ceiling of it. It's just not necessary. The wonderful gloss over the gun that just covered another gun's skin. But extra color. It's new item. Oh, man. Level 80 and Viper Sanctuary changed so much that a large portion of the player base couldn't experience it. So many things people talk about BL2 now, they're just not a thing when I was still playing. Games change, and BL2 kind of has existed before and during, and obviously after, that time where games started changing a lot in their lifetime. Not to say that it hasn't happened before that, but like, simple post-launch support of games does a lot to change them. And I wish that's something people would account for more in general. That can absolutely be a positive thing. Games like No Man's Sky have made full comebacks. Be just a generally well-liked game thanks to the power of that post-launch support. But there's some things that people never give second chances to because the concept of games improving doesn't register to them. Fallout 76 and No Man's Sky are like well-regarded games in 2023. Could you have said the same thing 5 years ago? Hey, Brucey. How you doing? Here we go. That's that. Zero with no bore outdid Aurelia pretty handily when we calced, but that was assisted by crit swapping because we were doing our best to get BL2 relative to BL3 numbers, right? You're stuck on the keyboard on the screen. Because chat has been spending a lot of time messing with my keybinds. Currently they're normal, but a lot of yesterday and today's streams with different keybinds, you can see what I'm doing. You can see my current inputs. So we're gonna get a Rico here, and unfortunately the Rico is not gonna see much use. We could do a meme thing with like a ghost and give ourselves bullet immunity. There's not really much of a reason to do that. I don't know why my game's running at 20 FPS right now. Yeah, it's back. That was weird. If we weren't stopping soon, I'd offer to rectify that. Yeah, I'm only going another 30 minutes. I mean, more accurately, I'm going until Soccer Chick is live. Twitch, stop auto-playing shit. Let me check to see if that happened yet. Timothy talks a lot. I loot while you're doing this? Oh yeah, I can just loot.
Thinking I can crack it now.
BL2 did not need as many rarities it had. Yeah, that's correct. Pearlescents served no valuable purpose whatsoever. They were neither hard to get, nor better, nor functionally distinguishable from legendaries in any way. Seraphs, though. Seraphs were a W. And effervescents were just copy-pasted legendaries only available in one DLC with no common theme tying them together, other than them being copy-pasted in the same DLC. Ooh, new AoE damage artifact. Knife Drain isn't really useful, but I won't say no. Seraph's pretty dope. Big fan of Seraphs. Having the raid currency and the vendor was a really good choice. It's like, if you're killing the raid boss and not getting a drop, you still get something for your time. You could eventually get something for your time. That's absolutely necessary in loot systems that work as the Borderlands games do. Plus, the items actually felt well thought out. Or at least interesting. Very low crit Unforgiven. Ooh.
offer to utterly waste my time, Quag. How dare you? That's why you hang out here. Self got him. I still need a little money. Still have the dialogue
Need a
for this
hand?
scene.
Oxy. You know,
It's still up here.
I've been wondering, why did you say yes to dinner that night?
I was hungry.
Yeah, but
But Jack.
he was the worst.
Oh, honey. If I thought you were Jack, I'd have shot you the moment you stepped up to my bar.
So, I didn't even fool you a little.
Not even a little.
I like those characters. I think that's part of why this DLC works for me. I enjoy both Timothy and Moxie as characters. Ooh, we got an anointed Rico. Power charge is kind of sad. But hey, a 2 augment anointed Rico. That's not bad. Yeah, basically, the way this reflect works is if that plus like a ghost gets to 100, then I just don't take bullet damage. Funny. So, yeah, 1 point like a ghost plus Rico with shield broken. You no longer take bullet damage. Well, that is if you get a reflect part on the Rico. You still take damage because it's legendary reflect, but... So that's Jackpot DLC. Level 54. Could probably handle a slaughter. But I'm thinking maybe I save that for, Monday. Let's go to Sanctuary. I'm gonna pee while I decide what we're gonna do for the rest of the stream. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. We got a couple proving grounds we could do.
Still got a loot booster on. Test, hey, Vault Hunter.
Test.
Yeah, getting level 55 will be important because then I'll be able to use this artifact for more AoE damage. Not that much more, but enough to make a difference. Enough. Much as I love Embers, we're gonna sell it. Our red suit, we can keep on level. We can't have an on level of that. That's level 29. It's served its purpose. These triple roll grenades are fun. I'm keeping them for no real reason, but they're just cool to see. Like, we got this triple singularity. Triple Reuter. A couple triple shields this playthrough as well.
Yes. Hey, Vault Hunter. Have we got an opportunity for you?
Bloodstorm being the best example of what Vlad should be. I agree with that. Bloodstorm goes hard. Bloodstorm goes crazy. Let me check, Annis Fender.
Come on by the bridge and say what.
Oh, I fast traveled. Okay, here's a perfect example of what Rune and I were talking about before. You see how I have 5 stacks of supersonic man that just are chilling? It's because I fast traveled with stacks active. I changed areas. So now they're just here. Gotta go cook. Later, skaters. Have a good one, Viper. We'll see you next time. Peter. Yeah, so this is something that happened completely accidentally, and these bugs do exist. Guess we could do this one. No, this one will take a while because I gotta do the switches with Hunter Seekers. That took a while to do. Cheating. Using bugs to complete a challenge run, SMH my head. You've seen my true colors. I'll refresh that, may as well. Science! Asian coffee. Try Lefevre. Fuck it, we ball. I am gonna hit the golden chest, I think. On the way down there. I have 2 keys left. I'm gonna use one. Maybe we can get an on-level grenade. Because we did get that hex recently that I could throw. It wasn't anointed though, I don't think. Was it? No. Remember you opened that door, did you struck peak, thus proving that by Pandoran standards you're a genius? That was a fun dialogue line. Stormfront. I mean, Quasar, but I already got that. Stormfront is just a bad grenade. I hate to say. It's just not very good. So this chest is an excellent example of how seeing a bunch of orange loot beams doesn't mean shit, and that I wish people would get that through their head, because none of this is useful to me. And it's not, in the case of some of these items, it's not because they're bad, because Quasar is a utility item and it's great at it, it's just I already have one. Poison Thorns is a fantastic gun, it's just this is a gunless run. Foursome, yeah, they fuck with Foursome, it's not good. Of the non-uniques, those are some of the better ones, pistol-wise. Surge is decent and Impaler is good, because none of this is what I need. So seeing a bunch of orange loot beams doesn't mean anything. I guess something I could do here is I could spend some Iridium and buy this launcher and sell it for money. Like, I'd rather just earn money. Okay. So the tricky thing here is doing the Nova spam is awkward because there's both water and barrels throughout this entire Proving Ground. I'm thinking throwing Fire Hunter Seekers is gonna be the way. That is starting to get significantly out-leveled. Guess we'll try throwing these Cryo Hexes. With the Vic Rush. I think I like that as a play. I could go with this Rico here, get the rad bonus element, and be pretty stacked defensively. I think for now we'll go Revolter. Don't need Infiltrator, we'll do Executor here. I have one with crit damage. No, that's okay. I could go Seeing Dead. Just have it grenade spam. Kind of like that play, actually. Yeah, we'll do that. It'll be less damage than Executor, although I don't have any crit damage otherwise. Like, that'll be more for Clone, less for me. We'll do Executor. On a giant, very bandit-looking hammer, similar to Sledge's hammer, Brick's hammer for BO4, I can just walk and slightly knock back enemies solely because I think it'd feel good to do that to enemies. That'd be cool. Bringing over the melee system from Wonderlands would be really interesting. Cloning Hunter Seeker. I don't know if that'll be better than the Hex, but we'll certainly try it.
Blessed be the bandit!
Time we have some action!
Time to prove my
Yeah, damage is good here.
Still got it.
Executor, absolutely the play. Because TDR snipers, we can javelin headshot enemies. That'd be so cool. TDR snipers and launchers would go crazy. Wrath of the Dying, my beloved. I love that gun so much. Jake, why are you screaming at my door? You look so confused, too. Cat is doing cat things.
Fire!
I know, shocker. Shocker! You know that meme? No? Okay. Imagine how insulted you'd feel if you knew that you got javelin by an entire sniper rifle. I'd just be impressed, to be honest. I mean, I don't think I would have much of an opinion because I'd be dead, but... You know. Does it have good misfortune? It does. Yeah, Executor works out so well here. It'll let me sustain my clone, and I get that massive crit and cryo damage. I'm just playing Grenathan. This is just Grenathan without a GA and a spark plug. Can you hear that cat? Is it loud enough? Jake. Why are you like this? I can hear. deal is. He's turning to look at me while he's doing it.
I live for this!
I kind of want to start hot dropping. Is my hot drop? That's not right. Well, something I could do to get my damage next level is I could do some Bloody Harvest stuff with some Terranoids. Getting Terra damage and fire rate, and then leaving Bloody Harvest on would give me access to that damage mult, and I could still run an ASC 50 in my other slot. I will take level up bonus for this. This is kind of monka. So Red Tree's maxed. What do I do with skill points now? I can start working towards Death Follows Close. Or I can get Commitment, Heads in Hand and stuff. I guess I'll take Renegade for a little bit of healing. It doesn't matter. This is Zane bonus skill point hours. Already truly don't care. So yeah, level 53 was enough for base game Zane to have too many skill points. Or enough for pre-Purple Tree Zane, I should say, to have too many skill points. And then level 57 is enough for Purple Tree Zane to have too many skill points.
Didn't anyone teach you how to fight?
Can't crit that, that's why it's not dying. Hi, Roaster.
A new chapter in the saga.
Good. All dead. Okay. Should be able to get that STU now. Gotta be enough money. Right? Copium? So, a Spark Plug would be better here because it can crit, and that would benefit from the Executor's crit bonus. However, Hot Drop is still good damage, and anything that isn't aggroed to me is still gonna get hit by the Trick of the Light bonus element, which, since that's Cryo, will benefit from Executor a little bit, marginal. Yeah.
Bullets for you, and bullets for you. Everybody gets bullets. Don't say I didn't burn you!
One of the only downsides I'd have to worry about with this setup is damaging myself with my own grenade, but because I'm Zane, there's no fucking consequences to anything I do.
Meet again. The Great Vault. Dream Team coming through.
Changing duct tape mod was one of the decisions of all time. Like, my question is just who asked for that? Like, who deemed that necessary, and also who pitched it? Who was like, you know what this character really needs? Like, why? Moe's mains? But like, no one should have it, but who wanted it for Zane specifically?
Come on, come on!
Anyway, that's that content. I had to pay attention for 5 seconds, so it did better than a lot of the rest of this. I haven't gotten a shock raider with fantastic rolls yet. Just sad. A good haul here. 40 for action actually ain't bad. Grenade capacity on the Amara comp, that's funny. I'm tired. Productive day though. What level did I start stream today at? Like 42 or something? That's decent progress considering no XP grinding. 17 levels until max. We unfucked our DLC 1 progression. That's nice. DLC 2 I still want to hold off on, but I'm starting to consider other possibilities because most likely the wild card I'm going to use on Scholar, which is kind of scary because farming Scholar on this build's also gonna be awful. But the reasoning for that is I can get Void Rifts and I can get World Drop Conductors and Old Gods by farming Scholar. It's one of the very few places where I could get 3 things that I want. And like, maybe if the ad spawn is Cartel, I have a chance of getting relevant Cartel stuff. Like, if I get a Fish Lab Lieutenant spawn, I could get super lucky. Possibly. Potentially. Maybe. In terms of endgame content I haven't tackled yet, Slaughter Shaft and Cistern, or excuse me, Slaughter Shaft and Slaughter Star are gonna be fun. Those are fun activities. I'll enjoy doing those. Just do what I'm doing for those. Malawan, again, it'll be fine. Wotan might take a while, but as long as I'm patient, it'll be okay. Having a good corrosive nade of some kind would be good for that. Maybe I do Bloody Harvest first so I get access to Gas Call. What else? Guardian Takedown. I don't have a Mesmer, which is annoying, but I can still use Clone. I don't have a Frozen Heart or a Mesmer. I can still use Clone, though. If I have a decent Spark Plug by then, I can use that to kill with. Should be okay.
not fantastic. I might struggle a little bit on crystals. It should be okay. Getting past crystals, and then we'll be chilling. Yes, Jake. Hello. You want to get pet? Yeah, you do. Come here. Hemo. Hemo is the easy answer is fish slap. That's the easiest answer. Also, if I do GTD first, I have a solid chance of getting a stinger, which would assist a lot there. So Hemo will probably be the last activity this character does. I have not killed Eldragon yet, so we can at some point go over there and try to get an Unleash the Dragon, maybe. Fish Slap Unleash the Dragon will meme Hemo, no problem. Not above using that, but it does require me lucking into both items on one run. I get one run total for getting the UTD, so fingers crossed there. We could go do that now. Like, having an under-leveled Unleash the Dragon isn't gonna affect anything, just like the size of the passives on it, but lol. Yeah, I'm padding out a few minutes of stream time. We jiggling, Nunu. Like chat. Hey, it works. We're 5 hours in and it still works. Yeah, Jake, good observation.
You are nothing compared to Eldragon! Let's have us a Donnybrook then!
No way, bro. It's just that easy. Simply get the drop. Like, why not get the drop when you could, yes, get the drop? Okay, so that's our Hemo killer. Honestly, if we run into trouble with any boss, once we get either a fish or a stinger, then, like, that's that. Drop rate's too high. Uh-huh. Let's see. Hang on. Good old Loot Lemon. Unleash the Dragon has a 15% drop rate. You know, simply too high. Too rewarding. Clearly the solution is to nerf world drops. It's a productive side venture. Soccer check go live. I want to raid the homie. She's doing a 2-year streamiversary celebration thing. Just passing the time. It's 4 p.m.
Is this thing on?
Test.
Hey, Vault Hunter, have we got an opportunity for you? You don't want to miss it!
The jiggle skin. Yes.
Without it, you're just a schmuck with a paperweight.
Spectacular exploder.
Shoot more.
Want to farm for my loot, not use it. Fair enough.
Guns for every occasion.
Seems to be a common take. Back.
With that upgrade, you can hold more items. Ammo, whatever. You're gonna buy some?
Dr. Zed here, selling shields,
Full fleet booster. Let's check Earl's vendor too. Check all the vendors while we're here. Oh yeah, we still have those stacks of supersonic men. I didn't realize. Doesn't really matter, but. Ah, is it time? Check again. Should I refresh? Is it time yet? Yeah, there we go. It's time. All right. Yeah, we're ended. We're gonna raid our friend Soccer Chick. She's celebrating 2 years streaming on Twitch, and she's been a great friend. You've definitely seen her here. Talented gamer in general. Good flax speedrunner. Also plays some Amara. So I don't know if she's gonna play some Borderlands. Maybe she'll do that. Maybe she's washed. I don't know. But we're gonna go jiggle. We're gonna say hi. But thank you everyone for hanging out. I really appreciate it. Had fun with the keybind stuff. Tomorrow's my scheduled day off. We'll be continuing Gunless Zane on Monday. Doing more content, getting towards 72. Taking my time. I will probably not skip the gearing process this time. So I skipped it for Amara, but I'll probably actually acquire my gear legitimately for the end game, the same way I've been doing for the playthrough part of this character. So that'll be pain. I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your weekend. Yeah, Kevin's meowing at me now too. Both of them want something. Probably because Kevin knocked all the water out of the bowl 3 hours ago. Yeah, that was you. I'll see you guys over there. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful rest of your weekend. Bye-bye.
A vault hunter. Talk to you later.